Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
May be the last day of the season 2021 for the Bassmaster Elite Series here at the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. But we're not going out quietly. We're going to go out with a bang today. 10 anglers left, some great stories, very, very tight at the top of that leaderboard. The rules of the game, check them out right there. Fourth of 4 days, getting ready to get underway in Mark Zona. We have got a lot of stuff working and a great, great battle at the top.
Absolutely right. You are looking at two of the best Canadians to ever fish for smallmouth bass, Chris and Corey Johnston. This man right here trying to throw a stick in the spokes of another Canadian victory. One thing to be said, though, if you have ever followed a Bassmaster Elite Series event on this body of water, St. Lawrence River out of Waddington, truly, this is a slugfest of smallmouth bass. That is exactly what we saw yesterday on FS1.
This place, the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, absolutely exceeds expectations every time we have been here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Some anglers traveling a long way this morning, some fishing close to our host city of Waddington, New York, and Canadian Corey Johnston on top right now. Scoreboard as it stands now unofficially. David Mullins jumping up from 8th place with a good catch early on. But Corey Johnston, the man who needs a victory to join two other Canadians as Elite Series winners.
Day 4 right now. We're rolling out boat number 1. We've done our job this week. We got the lead by about 3/4 of a pound. We're gonna see what happens today, man. We're gonna roll the dice a bit, and we gotta catch minimum 22 today, minimum. So I got a few tricks up my sleeve today. I've been kind of saving some stuff, so we're just gonna go out, do what we can, have some fun, and see if the fish gods are with us today.
We're getting underway, and he'll be stopping a few points along the way, but our playing field, we can't say enough about it. We love New York for bass fishing, and this is the main reason, the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario.
Take a look at your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Only U.S. waters, Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River, right on the border of New York and Canada. Due to border restrictions, only fishing U.S. water, and that is a whole bunch of water on Lake Ontario as you fly downriver St. Lawrence River in Clayton, New York, and Morristown and Ogdensburg. You're looking at about, call it 80 to 90 miles of St. Lawrence River, and 7 out of our top 10 heading out of Waddington, all headed out to Lake Ontario this morning.
It has been an exciting 3 days. We expect nothing different today. Corey Johnston, the top stories from the very get-go. This is action from yesterday.
Exactly right. Corey Johnston, a couple tricks up his sleeve, and here's what the tricks are. He still has spawners, fish that he is visibly looking at through that thing called a flogger. We'll show a little bit of what you see through the cone of injustice. And here's what we talked about yesterday on FS1. How many spawners has he saved? Does he have left? He has 4 left in the tank if he could put them in his live well. That's why he will be a hard problem today. And here's the thing. Corey Johnston said, man, I need sunlight. Don't think we're gonna have much of that. Really, most of his damage throughout this event, call it about 10 foot of water and less. The quantity, not really there for Corey, but the quality has been there. Has not put a bag on the scales this week under 22 pounds.
He says he needs a minimum of that today to close the deal. We'll be watching him all day long, and let's just get it started right now. Let's get out live to Corey Johnston.
Just pulled up to our first fish here, and it's really hard to see. I don't know if he's there or if he isn't. Made a couple casts. I didn't see him follow anything. But I don't know. We're gonna give this one about 10 minutes, and then we're just gonna keep moving, and we're gonna try flogging him before we leave, just to make sure he's there. I'm sure he is. He's just an ignorant one. Second day of the tournament, I had him bite. I just never caught him because I didn't need him. I'm trying to play the game, save as many fish as possible. It's a real super light colored fish, and the bed's really light, and when he's on the bed you can't see him. The only time you can see him is when he swims off, and the problem is he's not locked. He just keeps swimming circles. So we can get this one, I'd be a happy camper.
Corey promises some use of the flogger. We'll get into that a little bit later on. Catch one quick here, be a big plus for him. Managing his fish, he and his brother Chris, superb at that. That's what set them apart.
Absolutely right. Managing their fish and really outfishing a lot of the other competition around them out near Lake Ontario. Going to head back downriver right now. One of the 3 anglers that has solely relied on fishing in the river, not Lake Ontario, from Tennessee, David Mullins, this earlier today. And here's the thing. David Mullins, you're looking at about 6 pounds behind, which is a mile in a tournament like this, but a very, very solid performance. David Mullins over 20 pounds 2 out of 3 days of the event.
Oh yeah, a lot better start than yesterday. Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, it's a real nice one. Sorry, I'm gonna come back here to you. Dude, that's a fat one there. Still a little hot. Don't let my rod hit you if you don't mind. Come here. Come here. Come out there. Now, look at that start. Huh? Little Sunday magic. It's a good start, a lot better than yesterday's start.
Also this morning, first one came in about 3.5.
Yeah, and a bass like that first one,
Nice jump.
to win this tournament, you are going to need 5 in your live well, that size or bigger. The guy's running all the way to Lake Ontario, making that 80 to 90 mile run. There is not a lack of 4 to 5 pounders.
This one's not as big, but he's still quality. He's 2 3/4 probably. Not what you need here, but something to get you started. Nah, he ain't that big. Where are you?
Let's make a move from David Mullins over to one of 4 anglers today who have a very enticing possibility. This is the only win and in tournament with regards to next year's Bassmaster Classic. Chris Groh, this is his only pathway to get there, and man, he rose to the occasion over the first 3 days.
Really has put on a show yesterday with a 24-pound stringer. And this was moments ago with Chris Groh, his first top 10 of his entire career.
That's like it's started. Yeah. Getting big in, dude. Am I gonna go up on it? Frickin' biggin'. Look at that. Drag him around the lake. Goodness party.
That is a big one right there. Call that solid 4.5 pounder possibly, and that's the kind that it's going to take To catch up in this tournament, Chris Grow all the way down in 10th place, doing a little magic with that Siren Caffeine Shad that we have seen a lot this week. And just around the corner from Chris Grow, Bernie Schulz, your day 1 and 2 leader. Very slow on day 3, concentrating on a 250-yard stretch, St. Lawrence River.
Okay. We just got here. Wind's not in our favor. It's blowing against the current. And I'm trying to bring my bait with the current. There's enough current where the grass is laying over like it should, but the wind is making boat control a problem and presentation a problem. And I'm just trying to keep my bait coming with the current naturally. Just haven't been here long enough to figure out what's going to happen. This is not the wind I wanted, I can tell you that. If you're going to have wind in a current situation, you want it with the current. Generally, it just makes it a lot better. But still optimistic. I mean, this is where my biggest fish have been, and I'm going to try it for a little while, and we'll see what happens. If not, I'm gonna do some different things today and try and make a comeback.
You see that wind coming out of the northeast, pushing against that current that comes from the southwest. Not the best conditions for the situation that Bernie Schulz has had all week long. And really looking at our top 10, if you look at the anglers that have made it to here to Championship Sunday, absolutely some of the best smallmouth fishermen on the whole Elite Series.
That's what they want. That's what they're biting.
He cracked the 25-pound mark, still the biggest limit of the tournament so far. He did that on day number 1.
You ask yourself, this wind is a major factor here on this body, always is. Who will this favor? The area that Justin Atkins has done all of his damage all week long out on Lake Ontario, it is greatly, greatly going to benefit him today.
Well, you're giving up better part of half of your fishing day, depending on how long a run you are making today. A lot of travel time. The wind doesn't help that either. Going to involve a lot of things, a lot of planning, including making as many as 2 stops to get gas along the way.
We're just getting some gas. Gonna make a bit of a run today, and we're gonna make a loop around the Big Island. And it's gonna be windy out there, so I'm a little worried because I'm not gonna have a lot of time to fish. And the big concern is, I don't know how rough it's going to be in that river going back. And if that wind gets stronger today, blowing down that area from Ogdensburg to almost Mallory Town, you can get 4 or 5 footers. It could take you 2 hours to get back just through that stretch. So I got to keep an eye on the wind. I don't mind it out in the lake because I know how big they are and I have an idea how long it'll take. But what I don't know is that stretch up the river. And if it's that bad, you might see some people not make it back in time. That's how rough it'll get. So we're gonna try and get our fish and leave some time to make a run back to check-in. So we're gonna have a bumpy ride ahead of us.
Gonna take a little bit of a beating. Pain cave is gonna definitely transpire. Other anglers gassing up, making it out to Lake Ontario. You hear Chris Johnston, we talked about it before we started here on FS1. Would he gamble and go for broke? When he made the comment, we're gonna make a lap around the Big Island out there. That Big Island is way out there. So Chris Johnston absolutely going for the win here today, going to an area he has not fished the whole tournament.
You also see second place Justin Atkins right behind him. It was going out in the lake, but like Chris said, the factor today is how rough it gets. It may take you longer. You may use more fuel than normal days when it's slick calm, and they have to account for that on the way, not just the way back.
Exactly, and that northeast wind stacking against that current will make it brutal getting back. With that being said, it is supposed to lighten up as the day goes along.
Well, we've got some great fishing ahead of us. Full live coverage from Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River, final day of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
The Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, by Nitro Boats.
Good Sunday morning to you. What a place. The St. Lawrence River being fished right now by the final 10 anglers left on this last day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Lake Ontario will come into play later. The traveling is done. Let's take a look at our TH Marine weather watch now. Just perfect, temperature-wise, perfect weather all week long, 78. But it's a forecast that's needed a little amending in the last 24 hours.
Absolutely right. Whenever you come to the St. Lawrence River or Lake Ontario, that's great largemouth conditions right there. Cloudy with showers, smallmouth, they are sight feeders. They want sunlight, especially when they're up shallow. That being said, one of the anglers that has excelled in those conditions really has been Justin Atkins all week long early. Going to head back to your day 1 and 2 leader, Bernie Schulz.
Come on. First fish of the day.
First fish of the day for Bernie Schulz. A little bit of spinnerbait love right there. Didn't get to see that throughout this tournament at all.
He threatened it early on in this tournament. He's ahead of his schedule from yesterday.
Yes, very, very slow morning to where on days 1 and 2, majority of Bernie Schulz damage done by 10 o'clock. Bernie Schulz from Florida, veteran. 4 decades of fishing, 0 wins on the Bassmasters.
347 events.
Better numbers this time. Of course, he had a 5 and a 6 on day 1 on route to 25 pounds. And certainly needs at least one or the other of those to show up here before too much time has passed. Let's get back to our leader to start the day. Started the day about 4 pounds ahead of Bernie Schulz, Corey Johnson.
Taking a look at that cone right there, that we call it the cone of injustice, cone of impurity, and you ask yourself, why would you need a primitive tool like that? A lot of these fish spawn in a lot deeper water. This is actually Zona show footage from the early 2000s.
Really? Oh, okay.
But that is exactly, right there, is through that lens. You're able to see that smallmouth exactly where he's at in conjunction to the bed, and right there, you also can see where your bait is in conjunction to that bed. That is a very accurate tool for doing this. The best way to put it, it's like a mini glass bottom boat.
Yeah. Corey described, he said, yeah, you can do all the things that thing does. It just takes you 3 times as long without it.
Right, right. Again, Corey Johnson said he has a milk run of 4 spawners left. It is the tail end of spawning season, and after that, he said he will absolutely have to just go fishing today, and we've seen quite a bit in the tank doing that.
Football. Take him to start. He's one of a fat buff.
Good start right there for Corey Johnson. Call it about a 3 3/4 to 4 pound fish. Did not look like he got that first one to bite, which is a more of a 5 pound caliber fish, what Corey said.
Leader on the board. Let's get back to Bernie Schulz. Been able to maximize his fishing time throughout this tournament. Fishing
Stop.
small area, not a lot of travel. Mostly left alone.
Yeah. Catching a 25-pound stringer in the river this time of year when the fish really are at their lightest weight. They're spawned out, starting to feed back up for summertime. To do that on day one over 25, that is a huge, huge bag.
I don't know what that was. Oh, he broke the bait. He broke the bait.
And this is what we've seen guys fishing in the river. Little bit more fishing time for guys like Bernie Schulz, David Mullins, while the other anglers are headed out to Lake Ontario. But we've seen when that flock of fishermen get out towards the lake, they catch up in a hurry. We've seen that all 3 days of this tournament so far.
Andy, stay out there. I'm gonna fish all this in between us.
Bernie Schulz, yesterday was his tough day for sure, struggle day. He did not catch him even this well yesterday morning. Got some numbers going, needs some size to show up again. He had a 5 and a 6 on day number 1.
He broke the bait.
He takes some of that to climb the mountain today.
Yeah. Ahead of schedule from day number 3, but Bernie Schulz going to need a lot more size than that to play catch-up ball with the rest of your leaders.
Bernie back on top of the leaderboard now. How long can he stay there? Just depends. Size shows up, he can do it. Corey Johnston still on his way south, making a few key stops. David Mullins, an early start.
Exactly right. 7 out of your top 10, we said it earlier, making their way out to Lake Ontario. There's a shot right there of Cape Vincent. That is the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. Cape Vincent, not that rough so far this morning.
Things will start picking up at that end, at the Lake Ontario end of the St. Lawrence River. We'll be right back after this.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Hold it high, Josh Straisner, your 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series Rookie of the Year.
Well, day before yesterday, we crowned our Angler of the Year. Congrats, Seth Feider and Josh Straisner.
Yes.
Boy, a much closer race, Ronnie Moore, in that one right there. I know you were following that very closely. It changed when we hit town here in Waddington, New York.
What was incredible is KJ Queen, Brian New, Matt Robertson, 3 of your top 6 right there. They were on top of the Rookie of the Year standings coming into this event. Hamner and Straisner were 4th and 5th. Straisner comes back from 55 points down to win by 11, and it made me very happy for our day one of the season prediction.
Day 1 of the season, Ron Moore calling it the Strace, Josh Straisner. Getting it done. Suns in 4 in a big way right there. Joshua Straisner.
Day 1 of the season, you nicknamed him AB, all business, because he was to the point and serious when we first got to talk to him about
Still is.
Yes, exactly.
Gonna get on the water right now with a St. Lawrence River, actually call him a Lake Ontario champion from years past, 2013 champion and Angler of the Year winner, Brandon Palaniuk, with a huge day 3 stringer to get here. 24 pounds, 4 ounces yesterday.
Second biggest bag of the event.
Yes.
I'll get us started. They're still here. That's a good sign. Not a giant one. Oh, we got him though. I got him. He did not hook very well.
Brandon Palaniuk fishing about 2 or 3 miles from the mouth of Lake Ontario, still in the St. Lawrence River and area. We have seen him in years past concentrating from 25 all the way out to about 35 feet of water. And if there's one angler, smallmouth angler, you do not want snooping around in the top 10, Brandon Palaniuk.
Well, we got down to our first spot, and we caught one. I'm still seeing a few fish, but I think it's going to be pretty tough to get bit today just because we've got so much wind going directly against the current. I really need the wind going in the exact opposite direction. It just makes boat positioning difficult, right? I need to be drifting that way because the smallmouth are facing that way, but the boat's moving that way, so the bait wants to drift that way. It makes it real tricky, but we're gonna stick it out here for a little bit. I'm seeing some good signs. I just need to see those 4 and 5 pounders show up. You know, our first one was only maybe 2 3/4, but it seemed like there were enough fish here. They were just kind of mixed in yesterday. But it makes it difficult, you know, drifting so fast this way against the current and being able to use my Mega Live and stuff is a little tricky. But we will stick it out and see what we can make happen for a little bit, at least. Give them the opportunity to make some magic happen. And we may just have to refigure out how they're positioned. You know, they could, maybe the current lines, the current seams change, so the fish will move, they'll reposition for their best feeding. And so every day the wind blows a different speed, a different direction, all of that, you have to refigure it out.
Certainly one of the most memorable wins of all time. It was engineered by Brandon Palaniuk, coming off a disqualified day when he had a chance to win at the Mississippi River the next tournament. He said, I just got to win it. I got to win it.
Making about a 100-mile run from Waddington all the way to Henderson Bay, the inner side of Henderson Bay, and able to make that run all 4 days. And the hundreds of tournaments that we have covered, that was one of the most historic wins for the simple fact, not just catching them, but actually just getting to where he needed to fish. Got to do a B&W Trailer Hitches phone call with Brandon Palaniuk yesterday afternoon. And Brandon Palaniuk, right after that call, catching 2 really big deep river smallmouth.
on live, or I'd like to catch another one for them.
You're just joining us here on FS1 Bassmaster Elite Series on the St. Lawrence River. Really about 6 out of your top 10 here on Championship Sunday still making their way to their starting areas.
Makes it hard to feel everything.
Schulz been fishing for about an hour now, so he's got an advantage in
The wind's
that
about
way.
half what it was.
Well, you heard both of these anglers, Bernie Schulz and Brandon Palaniuk, a lot of smallmouth experience right there. Both of them making the comment, not liking that northeast wind pushing against that current.
Wind makes it chilly too.
Brandon Palaniuk, a terror anytime he tees it up anywhere. Last year, for example, he won 2 of the 9 tournaments in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, and really for the most part, every time that we've covered Palaniuk here, much different from Bernie Schulz fishing about 3 to 9 feet of water. Really every time we've covered Brandon where he has excelled on the St. Lawrence River or Lake Ontario, very deep, always 20 out to 40, possibly 50 feet of water. We're going to see a little bit of that with some of our leaders today.
This is the smallest fish I've caught here, you know it?
Chris Groh in the top 10. Chris, who's in his 4th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, certainly was an emotional moment when he was able to clinch a top 10 spot for the final day.
23-14 to sneak in the top 10. 24 pounds, 2 ounces, 24-2, and Chris Groh is in 10th place currently. 24 pounds, 2 ounces, giving him 60 pounds, 14 ounces. Boom, shakalaka, giant bass. Chris, how good does that feel?
Unreal, man. Unreal. I love you. You guys rock. I love New York. There he is. You have no clue, Pedro. That rock is sitting in the bottom of the live well, man. I don't know if one of them ate it or not, but dude, it's still in there. It's still in there. No, Pedro's the man. I mean, he gives us lucky rocks. He gives us magical things. He burns things at home for Seth, and it worked for my roommate. And my roommate's amazing. He's taught me so much on how to do this. And I know it sucks it's ending, but it ain't ending now. I'm going out there tomorrow and I'm catching 25. I love you guys. Chain rats!
Chris Groh talking about Pedro Feider, your Angler of the Year champion, Seth Feider's dad. Chris Groh having by far the best tournament of his career.
What's going on, y'all? Started shallow, just had a little Seth Feider Ninja Jedi intuition, and it paid off. Caught a really nice one. Missed another one, and we're gonna give it shallow about another 10 minutes, and then go on to my deep hole. all my rats doing out there fishing fishing a derb? I know y'all are taking on. Oh yeah, you guys are at your first spot. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. Things are changing though. This wind could make it difficult, but we definitely got a plan B, so I'm not worried. We're just gonna let it all hang out. Come on.
Yeah, he has a very interesting deep spot that we are going to break down in a big way here in a little bit. And there is potential for Chris Grow to absolutely sproing on camera. We have seen it before.
Eat it.
In a good way.
Yeah, by sproing, you
Or
mean
not.
get super intense.
Positive sproing, positive sproing.
Positive way, absolutely.
All right, here's a guy we're going to keep our eye on today who did major damage every morning of this event, probably on the biggest school. Many of our 10 anglers on Championship Sunday getting out to Justin Atkins, a key 500-yard stretch, Humminbird bird's eye view, right inside of Fox and Grenadier Island, a notorious area for great finishes throughout the decades here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, fishing really 10 to 20 feet of water, doing a lot of work with his electronics. The one man Corey Johnston said he is the most concerned with was not his brother coming into this final day. It's Justin Atkins from Alabama.
So we made it out here to our spot. Wind's gassing today. The run wasn't terrible coming down, but I know it's going to be a lot worse getting back. The goal for today is to catch them quick, and hopefully we can leave early and get on back. I think that one got it. Oh, come on now. He went straight down on it. He's still down there on it. Other than it makes the ride tough, I really don't mind the wind. I feel like it kind of stirs it up, makes it where they can't see as good and they tend to bite a little better, just from what I've seen in practice. So, the biggest challenge is gonna be spotting them, you know, on my active target and making a cast out there and being accurate and hitting them, you know, in all this wind. Sorry, do what now? Yeah, if it wasn't for this Lowrance active target, I couldn't catch them near as quick as I have. I mean, this thing's awesome. I can see them out there at 100 foot. I know exactly where to throw. I land right on them, so I make a lot of really efficient casts where I'm throwing at fish. I could sit out here and fan cast around and catch some, but when you're on a short time frame like I am right now, this is so critical, being able to see these fish and throw to them, you know, most of the cast out of the day.
Well, not too long after he arrived yesterday, we were with him. It became pretty apparent he was onto something pretty magical.
Yeah, a magical spot.
Yeah.
Indeed. Justin Atkins said so many crawdad shells, crawdad husks in his live well, and he found the mother lode really days 1 through 3. Great conditions yesterday. Very accurate with his drop shot Berkeley Max Scent flatworm, backing it up with that hair jig right there. And really when he made that transition to a little marabou hair jig, probably mid-morning, that was the size bass. And Justin Atkins caught him all day long yesterday. Gonna be a little bit more of a challenge. Not terribly rough in his area, but the one thing to kind of watch, how many fish are left in that massive school.
Another deal is how the wind affects the angler getting there, but also how it may position the fish, because it is swirling current in places. And does that affect smallmouth, make them suspend more, make them go down more?
In the area he's at, not a ton of current compared to when you get to the funnel in the mouth of the river. Justin Atkins hooked up with fish number 1.
They don't feel big yet. He's trying to grow up a little bit. Nope, he's a rat. He come off. It's all right. Been 2 for 2 on little ones so far.
Fish number 1, he said, was not a good one. Loses it at the side of the boat.
Great story. Justin Atkins trying to gain a little redemption for a very trying season.
Needs to win.
Yeah, he needs to win, but he can make the Bassmaster Classic 2022 if he does so. Make it interesting all day long. He's starting just ounces behind our leader, Corey Johnston. Chris Grow is our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day so far with a 4.5-pounder. Bernie Schulz on a little bit faster schedule than he was on a difficult day number 3. He was our day 1 leader. David Mullins, the first guy to strike today. Always gives us so much to see and such a little time to do it. As the time runs out in the 2021 season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, Bernie Schulz, the man on top as it stands right now. Things are going to change. They will continue to change all day long. That leaderboard will swap around. You just can't wait to see the way that it plays out. Stay with us here on Bassmaster Live.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Great Sunday morning to you, the final day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2021. Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River, always a place that's out there beckoning anglers all season long. They can't wait to get here, but only 10 are left on this final day. Bernie Schulz, the day 1 leader, has the lead early now. He's been fishing longer than most of our other anglers so far. Corey Johnston started the day with the lead, ounces ahead of Justin Atkins. And, of course, we got more than enough great stories at the top of our leaderboard. Mark Zona, welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And, you know, added to all of that, it wouldn't be a tournament at the St. Lawrence without having to deal with some weather changes, and that's going to be a part of the story today as well.
Yeah, really, to hold that trophy, you got to get past 2 guys on this body of water, being Chris and Corey Johnston. With that being said, those guys have fished shallow all week long, and the last weather you want fishing for shallow water smallmouth on Lake Ontario is cloud cover and a lot of wind. You really want it calm and sunny. I think the guys that are fishing deeper, Taku Ito, Clark Wendlandt, Justin Atkins, out on Lake Ontario, this weather favors them a lot more because those deeper water smallmouth not as affected by the low ceiling, all the clouds we have.
Boy, you have put in so much time on this body of water, Mark Zona. So is our other colleague, Davey Hyde, is out there right now. And Davey, I mean, the home field advantage goes to the Johnston brothers. I don't think anyone argues with that. Is that going to be enough for them to prevail today, or are we likely to see some upsetting along the way?
Well, we'll just have to wait to see, Tommy, but it's so interesting. We have 10 great fishermen fishing out here today, and you've got young anglers like Justin Atkins, who's on big schools of fish. Clark Wendlandt's on a big school of fish. Brandon Palaniuk, who won here in 2013, is on a big school of fish out in the lake. But the Johnston brothers, learning them and knowing how dominant they are up here on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, it's so interesting that Corey Johnston, our leader this morning, is going to fish for 4 fish that he has located. 4 individual fish. He's driving about 80 miles to fish for those 4 fish and hopefully catch 1 or 2 more. But you've got most of those anglers looking for big schools of fish, and you think the Johnston brothers would be on those big schools of fish. But the key to their success so often is looking for individual fish that are still on the bed. You don't often think about fish being on the bed July the 18th, and there's not a lot, but Corey Johnston has 4 big ones that he's found on the bed that he's going to try to catch today.
Davey, I was just talking about it before we came to you. Talk about what we got to see a little bit in this tournament. What happens on these shallow water areas that the Johnstons have dominated on all week long when that sun does come out? Because later this morning, we might see a little bit of that.
Yeah, the sun means everything to them. I've heard Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston all week long after they weigh in, doing interviews, and they both talk about, I want to be able to see. And you see other anglers like a Justin Atkins who's making individual casts to fish using his forward-facing sonar, but the Johnston brothers, using a flogger or just their polarized sunglasses, they want to visually be able to see that fish
and see how it reacts to a bait. Corey Johnson talked about his biggest fish yesterday. He was looking at that fish and seeing how it would react to a tube, to a drop shot, to a hair jig, all those different things, and he could see which bait he needs to keep using to catch those fish. It's really incredible how they fish for individual fish and see how they react to different baits.
Davey, we do it every tournament. I know you hate it. Who's going to win this tournament, Davey Height? One name, not two.
Well, we've got a great field of anglers out here, and any one of the 10 could win it. I mean, they really could. But, man, it's hard to bet against Corey Johnson. His brother Chris is leaving him the areas that they've been fishing. They've both been fishing. He's going out to the Big Islands, fishing something totally different. And Corey having those 4 fish that he knows are the right kind, the right size to bring to the weigh-in.
Davey, great as always.
Yes,
thank you so very much.
Yes.
Davey Height out there who's certainly done a lot of great competitive days here on this body of water. Let's take it right out now to a good friend of Davey's and a competitor against him for decades, Clark Wendlandt.
Clark Wendlandt on a big school deep water smallmouth where we saw him do damage last year. Lost a couple key fish yesterday, but still a solid stringer over 20 pounds on day 3.
That's the way to start it right there. Second cast. That's a good one. Golly. All right, I needed 5, now I need 4. Ooh, nice one. Stick him in there. Got it started. Give me some of that. Awesome.
Clark's out here, big ones like that. Let's get over to Taku Ito.
Okay. That's why he's out here.
Yeah, another one of the bunch in the big battle out here on the lake last year. Such fun to watch.
Talked about every event we've had here. Whenever Lake Ontario is at play.
Wow, big one.
It is
big
at play.
Take your time. No, 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 no jump, no jump. Oh, man! No! Crazy. Man.
That one looked big.
Yeah, big deep water smallmouth for Taku Ito, but that is the reason you come to Lake Ontario.
Hey, and that's the reason why these anglers fight the fish the way they do. People are saying, why don't you muscle them in? You don't want them to jump because the second they jump, 90% chance they can come off like that.
It's a tough proposition. How about the proposition for our guy that started with the lead today? Davey laid it out just like you did. Travel 80 miles to catch 4 fish. What could go wrong?
Right, sure.
What could possibly go wrong?
Then get back.
Bernie Schulz, day one leader, still on top. More to come from the St. Lawrence.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
95 anglers fishing for the better part of 5 months out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, down to 10 on this final day. The first day of the season, just as important as the last, but everything just comes down to the final reckoning during this event. And a couple of days ago, we crowned our Angler of the Year. As we look at our Skeeter Angler of the Year watch page right there, and that's the final document right there. Seth Feider got it done. Guy who's just been a fantastic, splendid season here, and he's due all the accolades we can give him.
And Tommy, we usually do a marathon peak performance as somebody that is in Championship Sunday, but the marathon peak performance can be something a little bit different. It has been the performance by far. I can talk eventually, or not. Great. Marathon peak performance is really when Seth Feider decided to go shallow early in this event. First 2 hours, a little bit of a disaster. Maximizing his fishing time, staying close to Waddington, one of the best years we have ever seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, that's it.
And fair to say, really, the majority of his damage, we talked about it a lot yesterday, the majority of the damage that Seth Feider put on the rest of the field came very shallow, 5 foot of water and less, and that's exactly what he did in this tournament. Holding the flag for the Bassmaster Elite Series till the next season starts, and really the whole state of Minnesota, the biggest bass fishing title to go back to that state. Seth Feider, your 2021 Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That is your marathon peak performance.
It is officially a Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year.
One of the greatest Angler of the Year performances of all time, hoisting that trophy after finishing in the top 10 after 2 days of fishing here. Could have just played it middle of the road. No, he kept going all the way to the end.
Boy, that is as strong as it gets. In a lot of places that have kind of haunted Seth Feider throughout the years, starting off great. And Davey Height nailed it, absolutely nailed it. He won Angler of the Year early this season instead of where he caught him late. Really, Lake Champlain, St. Lawrence River, Lake Gunnersville, you expect to see him do well there. So places like the Sabine, St. John's, Tennessee River, where Seth Feider pretty much put the whole thing away. Going to get back out to Clark Wendlandt right now.
Seth Feider with a 13th place this week, narrowly missing the top 10, and he averaged 13th for the whole season per event. One of the, if not the highest average ever for an angler.
There's a 2020 Angler of the Year, Clark Wendlandt.
One good one in his live well, and he is on a big school of fish here. We saw him catch a lot of fish yesterday. Not the size that he had on day 2.
I'm back. 2.5 pounder.
2.5 to 3 pounder right there for Clark Wendlandt. Back on the inside of that island you were looking at from Clark's boat. On the inside of that island, Justin Atkins.
There we go. There's one we need.
Good one right there for Justin Atkins. We're going to actually go about 15 miles out into the lake to Galoo Island. A lot of history there and tournaments past, and that is the problem. When you go further out into that lake with that heavy northeast wind, Chris Johnston going for broke, really gambling here today. We've seen that he's used to waves like this, but it is going to be ripping. Ay, 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 ay.
This looks very, very much like 2020 Lake Ontario for Chris Johnston on the final day.
Yeah, without the sun. Yeah.
Appears Chris Johnston might have forgot his butt seat to lean against today.
Oh, don't want to do that.
You could tell Chris Johnston absolutely going for broke and kind of staying out of Corey Johnston's way. Back over to David Mullins. A lot nicer where David Mullins is at.
Yeah, you
more comfortable.
Feels like it'd be easy.
How about this? Second place with 2
For
fish.
the most part, yeah.
First place with 1
That might
fish.
be a big one there.
Third place with 0 fish right now.
Yes.
I can't tell. I didn't move him at first. I don't know if he's big or not. I don't think he is. He's pretty good. Pretty darn good. No. Stay out of the rocks. Yeah, it's a big one. I keep him out of the darn rocks and the mussels. Get out of the rocks. Get out of the rocks. That's a pretty one right there. Got fat. I can't do nothing with him. Can't do nothing with him. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes. That's a big one. Huh? Come on. Pretty one. Chipping away.
Chipping away, one left to a limit for David Mullins fishing in the river, back out to the lake, and we just saw him lose a good one. What looked to be a good one just a few minutes ago, Taku Ito.
Well, you could see the difference. Taku fishing a lot closer to the mainland outside of Chameau Bay compared to Chris Johnston, who's about 12 miles over his left-hand shoulder into the lake.
Please, come on. Come on. Oh, jump, no jump, no jump. No jump, no jump, no jump. Yeah. Go to the deep. Oh, no jump, no jump. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, good. I'm not sure that.
Not very far from an area we saw Paul Mueller almost win this tournament last year.
Led it for 3 days.
Yes.
Caught one just under 8 pounds.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah, the biggest smallmouth in Bassmaster history.
so big. Number one. Yeah.
Fish number one for Taku Ito. Probably one that he wants to get rid of before the end of the day. Not a bad fish, but not one that will put this thing away. Is there any chance we can head back out to the pain cave of Blue Island? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I guess I do too.
Right?
We watched him in conditions like this all day.
Right.
Last year at the end of the thing, paid off with just a couple of pounds shy of 100 pounds of smallmouth. 4 days of fishing. Trying to repeat. Chris Johnston.
Welcome to the Pain Cave. My name's Chris. I'll be your host for the rest of the day.
Bernie Schulz, your day one leader, still hanging on top there. David Mullins, good 4 fish in the boat for him. Looking to upgrade Justin Atkins. We just saw him get on the board with a decent one as well. All the rest of it, 10 anglers shooting for that final trophy of the year in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Later today, the Gold Cup continues on Fox. After a high-scoring victory on Thursday, the U.S. men's national team needs another win to clinch the top spot in group play as they take on Canada. Today at 5 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
You are jacked up out of your goal board
recommended
for that Gold Cup.
Viewing right there,
yes. Hey, why don't we get back out to Galoo Island here in a second, taking a look at the St. Lawrence River right there. So calm and peaceful. That is not what we're going to see here. And here's the scary thing. If you fish Lake Ontario, that island right there, Galoo Island, so many Canadian tournaments, U.S. tournaments, one out at that. If there is a giant stringer, a 25 to 27 pound stringer, it can go down there. And Chris Johnston, he has way more than just one spot. He is just going to, well, he's going to get beat up doing it. But the right one swim here, 20 to 40 feet of water. We've already seen 2 big stringers come off of this island throughout this event.
Good one. Saw about 5 or 6 of them at least. This is where the big one live. I don't know if I can hold on this spot very good, but if we can get 5 here, we'd be laughing. He hit it as soon as it hit bottom.
Or did make the comment, did he say there was about 5 of them?
They never make it easy. Had to be one bad day. Flashbacks to last year. We took a gamble coming to this spot. I don't know if we'll get 5, but we'll try. It's not a giant. That one's number 1. We're gonna have to work for him today.
Chris Johnston made the comment, kind of reminding him of last year on the final day. It actually looked like the same footage, minus the sun. But here's the scary thing, is a Johnston gambling. They're not going to run out of areas, but gambling on a notorious big fish area here today. And we got to see last year on the final day, the bigger the waves got, the better Chris Johnston performed over the rest of the field, being the first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event 2020 here on the St. Lawrence River.
Set the table with 27 pounds on the first day. Let's get back over to Justin Atkins. Certainly served notice during the course of this tournament that he's in it.
Justin Atkins fishing a lot shallower than Chris Johnson, about 10 to 20 feet of water.
That's a real big one. Gosh, dang it.
Oh.
Just got me down there around the freaking rock.
Not the day to miss him when you see that fish. Watch that fish jump right here. Couple big misses today. Justin Atkins, Taku Ito.
You can only withstand so much of that.
Taku made a comment. He knows smallmouth tricks other people do not know, and the smallmouth like Taku.
Two big things in his favor.
It's exactly right, Tommy.
Big one, maybe big one. Oh, giant. It's giant. It's giant. Come on, Taku's boat. Yeah. Oh, no jump. Oh. Oh, no jump. You are deep. You go too deep. No jump. Whoa, giant. Whoa, giant. You go too deep. Yeah. Good. Good. You can go to anywhere. Oh. All right. Yeah.
Taking a look at about 25 to 35 feet of water. And we talked about it, these fish are a lot less affected by the cloud cover. One of these guys fishing deep on Lake Ontario is going to catch a big stringer today. Well, the problem is,
she wants to go to my boat.
It takes a long time to wear these deep water fish down.
He says it's a giant.
Wow, giant. Wow. Come here. Yeah. Come. Wow. Oh, no. Breathing.
That is why you run to Lake Ontario. That thing right there.
Well, he caught a 6-pounder yesterday, helped him with 23.3 to get into the top 10, and now he's got lost a big one, caught a big one.
Right there.
That one might go 6.
Little sugar panda. It's a little sugar panda.
Not little. It's the angel right there. Bernie Schulz, your day 1 leader, still hanging on there. Day 1 and day 2 leader. David Mullins, the St. Lawrence River guys, still on top, but we're starting to see things light up in a big way out on Lake Ontario.
The Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerpole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Remarkable, diverse fisheries all season long for the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this is the last stop, and this place just gives you a little something extra here in the state of New York. Yeah, St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. So much potential here. Take a look at it right there. The main, well, the only hookup between the Great Lakes and the Atlantic Ocean. So much water going through this place, and so many opportunities for these anglers. One of the big anglers to take advantage this week has been Justin Atkins, averaging just under 23 pounds.
Yeah, can't stress it enough. Brutal, brutal season for Justin Atkins. Hooking this giant right here moments ago. All of these deeper water smallmouth. You see that fish break right there one more time. Big, big miss for Justin Atkins. And we have seen that. A lot of these fish, when you hook them in that deeper water, really from 15 all the way out to 30 feet of water, they generally go one place, and that is up. Couple big fish misses so far here today. Justin Atkins, a little bit slower morning today than day number 3.
Dadgummit.
That's actually miss number 3 for Justin Atkins today. Back over to the mouth of Chamont, otherwise known as Chameau Bay. Taku Ito, who just put a big one in his live well. 2 fish right now for Taku.
One was listed as 4.5. It looked every bit of that.
Yeah. Come on, boy. Come on, go. Yeah. You can swim in the deep. No jump. Yeah, you can swim in deep. No, coming. Yeah, you can go. You can go deep. Yeah. He's smart. She's smart. No jump. Yeah, she's smart. Very smart. Very smart. Very smart. Yeah, okay. Speak Japanese? Yeah. Smallmouth can speak Japanese. Taku can speak Japanese. Sono mama. Stay. Sono mama. Stay means sono mama. Dekabasu. Yeah, Dekabass. Dekabass is a giant bass. Yeah. You can. Yeah, good. She is smart, very smart. She's smart, very smart. No go shallow. No jump. Very smart.
No go deep. No, too much deep. So many zebra mussel. No bottom. Freeze stainer. No bottom, but deep. Come here, come here. It's too much. Whoa, good one. Yeah, good one. Yeah, good one. Come here, come here, come here, come here. No, man. Okay, you go too deep. You go too deep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you go too deep. Okay. Oh, come in here, come here. No, 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 no. Here, here. Okay. I got it. Whew. Ooh, good body. Yeah.
Another big
She's
one
smart.
for Taku Ito.
Yeah.
Only 3 fish in his live well, but they are absolutely the right ones.
Guy who knows what he's doing here. This is 24th event with the Bassmasters already. This is his 9th top 10 finish. What a sensation.
Wow, say that again.
24th event with the Bassmasters. This is his 9th top 10
The
finish.
majority of that damage with a spinning rod, finesse fishing. One of the best deep water fishermen we have, the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Interesting developments up and down that leaderboard. Look who's on top. Taku Ito, Ernie Schulz. Held that spot for a while. David Mullins, Justin Atkins, boy, with 3 misses looming large in his day so far, but he can recover. Corey Johnston, Chris Johnston out of the top 4. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
All that clock ticking as we get closer and closer to the end of the season. 2021, the Bassmaster Elite Series. That ticking will get louder throughout the day. It all accumulates with a final reckoning. The weigh-in at our fantastic host city of Waddington, New York, begins at 3:15 p.m. Eastern on Bassmaster.com. You might want to make a note of that. Looks like we're headed toward an interesting ending to this tournament here. We left you just 2 minutes ago. Taku Ito was on top. Now we look at a different man on top, Justin Atkins. We need to go out there and check out just exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty much been an assault right now, at least on the quality of Lake Ontario. One thing with Justin Atkins, 3 misses so far, has 2 fish in his live well, and this is moments ago. Of those 2 fish, really only 1 that he wants back to take back to our weigh-in in Waddington. Absolutely not what Justin Atkins is looking for, and not what we have seen early every day of this tournament with Justin Atkins. Going to get back out to Taku Ito. 3 fish in his live well, 2 very, very good ones.
Seems to be around the right ones.
Yeah. Wow. Maybe big one. Maybe big one. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. No jump! Wow! Wow! What is it? What? 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 No jump, no jump. No jump. What? Looks like 6 pounder, dude. What? Please, please. No jump. 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 Yeah. Good. She's smart. No. Yeah. Good. No bottom. Bottom is a very many zebra mussel. It's a very danger. Yeah. Yeah, take our time. Yeah, taku time. Come on, my boat. My boat is the smallest Disneyland. Very fun place. Come on, Taku boat. Come on, Taku boat. Wow, giant. Oh, no, zebra mussel. No, zebra mussel. Yeah. Yeah.
Taku's boat is a smallmouth Disneyland, Tommy.
That is a great incentive.
Exactly right.
Why would you get off after that?
It's the happy place.
Happiest place on earth, well known.
Wow, giant. Wow, looks like drum. Looks like drum, wow, super giant. Wow. Yeah. I use 8 pound, 11 pound, she got smackdown flash green braid, and 8 pound she got tatsu. Oh man, no zebra mussel.
Here Taku say that his fluorocarbon leader is an 8-pound
I
Tatsu
love
leader.
smallmouth. Please come here.
And that's why it takes so long to wear these down.
Yes. Oh, good. Come here. Oh, okay. Okay, let's go here. Come on.
I'm behind.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh, no. Come here. Yes! Wow! Oh, man! Giant! It's a giant!
That is an absolute Lake Ontario.
Oh man, smallmouth love taku.
4
Every day.
big ones for Taku Ito.
65 days love taku smallmouth.
Smallmouth
Yeah.
Disneyland.
Happiest place on earth.
It is. I want to stay there. Stay there. Put it in my pocket. Be there forever, Tommy.
We got a whole different look to our leaderboard right now. Taku Ito, who started 4 pounds. Back of our leader to start the day, Corey Johnston. That's how you take care of that deficit.
Put it in my pocket.
Hey, we've seen a
there.
4 pound.
Yeah.
We've seen a 4 pound, 10 ounce deficit get made up on the final day here at this given fishery. So that's not too big of a deficit for Taku.
Let's talk about our leader to start the day. There he is, Corey Johnston.
It's a good one. It's a better one. Stay on there. There's a big black one with it. There's 2 black ones with them. You see them?
You see the one to the right? If you look to the right of your screen, he was talking about there was a great big black one following that fish that he has hooked, which is a lot lighter.
Solid one anyway. Let's get this thing off. There's 2 following it.
Fish number 3.
They're biting.
Yep.
They're biting right now.
This could be number 4 for Clark. Excuse me, number 3.
Ah! Don't jump again. Jump. Ah! It's just agonizing.
Bass Track is lighting up, not only for the ones we're watching on camera right this second, but for everyone else in the field. They're starting to catch them big time.
Mm-hmm.
I've been catching them all day long. It's really intensifying right now.
Yeah, and it was a calm day yesterday out on Lake Ontario, and that deep water bite, it happened. There was definitely quality, not real big numbers, not the case here today with that wind starting to fire up, and seeing Bernie Schulz, Brandon Palaniuk still fishing in the river, hanging in there here on Championship Sunday.
On top now, a couple of 5+ in the boat. Taku Ito. We get ready. We'll be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Here's why everyone needs to stop and watch, right? Don't just pass by on Fox Sports when you see bass fishing. When you see the Bassmaster Elite series on there or the Bassmaster Classic, you need to stop and watch for a little bit. And here's why. The cool thing about our sport, about bass fishing, is that it doesn't matter where you're at right now watching this. You can make it to this level, right? There is opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your cultural upbringing is. Doesn't even matter how much money you have. There is opportunity for everyone to make it. Every guy here has a story, but they had a dream, they wanted to make it, they had a passion. And this is a sport that actually saved a lot of guys, right? That it gave them something to hold on to and to dream about. And I know when I was 8 years old, growing up in Idaho, everyone said, there's no way you're gonna fish professionally on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I pretty much dedicated my entire life to it. And so I'm a perfect example of being able to come from a place that's not known for bass fishing and being able to make it to the top level of this sport. So if I can do it, any kid out there watching right now is able to make it.
Well, he has done that.
Absolutely.
In a big way.
Well put by Brandon Palaniuk. We often call it the most aspirational sport in the world, and Brandon lays it out just why that's possible. Let's get out to Brandon Palaniuk right now. Always dangerous anytime he gets in a top 10. This was moments ago.
Be a big one. Oh gosh, he's wild. He's not big. He's not big, but he's feisty. And he's a smallmouth. Come here. Have to keep stepping it up, though. Gonna have to keep stepping it up.
Keeper fish right there for Brandon Palaniuk. Doesn't really seem to have located those giants that he caught in this. It's about a 500-yard stretch on the St. Lawrence River within 2 miles of Lake Ontario. This one also moments ago with Palaniuk.
Ooh, that's got a little more weight. He got just a little more weight to him. He's not a 5 panda, but I think he's bigger than 3 pounds. Maybe he just had his head turned funny when I set the hook. Got my heart pumping a little, though. Ah, he's not that big. He's not that big. Get us a limit, though, and we'll go head hunting. Today, ladies and gentlemen, as Brandon Palaniuk fights the fierce St. Lawrence smallmouth bass in the waves, he takes his time leading the bass around, carefully not grabbing his 6-pound gold label.
so he can properly land the bass.
He just barely hooked.
And also, moments ago, Brandon.
Oh, that's more like it. That's more the kind we're looking for right there. That is more like it. Yes, sirree. I think that's 3 casts in a row. Come on. Get in this boat. Oh, man. I'm nervous on this one. I shouldn't be, but I am. Because I want it so bad. They're like shrinking on me as they get closer. That's definitely a better one, though. Oh. Get your head up here where I can get you. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, I got him. I got him. That's a little better. A little better. I hooked on the bottom. It's weird. A little better one.
A lot better for Brandon Palaniuk in the Cape Vincent area, really within 2 miles of Lake Ontario, back onto Lake Ontario, which has seemed to have exploded deeper today.
That's a flurry that you'd like to have 3 casts in a row for Brandon Palaniuk.
Need to catch what he caught yesterday if he wants to be standing near the top.
Talked about how these deeper water smallmouth in Lake Ontario not as affected by the clouds where a lot of those shallow ones are. The other thing, this time of year, by the hour, there are more and more fish getting out to 20, 30, 40 feet of water. And that's exactly what Clark said has happened all week long. Every day, more and more fish showing up out deep on Lake Ontario.
Oh, God.
Clark, like Justin Atkins, having a rough year, needing this victory to get to the Bassmaster Classic in 2022.
Put him at 3.8.
One more for a limit for Clark. Let's get back out to Chris Johnston.
Seeking a little refuge on the southwest side of Galoo Island.
A little bit of a breather there, it looks like.
Chris Johnston making a big gamble running out to Galoo Island.
Come on, buddy. Getting 5 is going to be tough today because I figure I got an hour and 10 minutes left to fish. And I'm going to need about 4 to get back in. But they're solid ones. This way at least. I wish I could stay where we first stopped because they're giants out there and you can catch them, and I marked probably 7 or 8, but I just can't hold on them to live scope them.
So we came around this side of the island. It's a little calmer. There's one down there still. Under the boat. There's no giant. Start. Two.
That is keeper number 2 for Chris Johnston. Seeking a little bit of shelter, said he was on the right caliber on the northeast side of Galoo Island. Just brutal, miserable to hold out there today. Really the story of the morning so far. Taku Ito making a long run, fishing in the mouth of Shimo Bay for big ones. Taku's live well.
Okay. Small one. No big small one. Number 5. Come on, number 5. Yeah, maybe small. 3 pounder. Oh. Number 5. Number 5. 3 pounder. Small. Very, very cute bass.
Fish number 5 for Taku Ito. And you know what time it is, Tommy Sanders?
What?
For everybody
I don't know.
in the club here on FS1, it's Taku time.
Okay, all right. I like that. And the music tells us it's something else time, right?
Wow! Baby big one. Baby big one. Wow, 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 wow. No jump! Oh! Wow! Taku time. Taku time. Come on, Taku boat. Wow, giant. Oh, no, zebra mussel. No, zebra mussel. Oh, no, zebra mussel. Yeah. Yes. Oh, good. Come here. Whoa. No. Come. Yes! Wow!
Limit the boat. Held his own power pole replay of the day. Enough said. Taku Ito.
The sensation. We learned of him only last year, but Taku Ito shows he can get it done out here. Can he win it? Sure. Look what he's done so far today, and time running out faster than you think for fishing. Taku would love a win here.
So since I was a child, maybe now 11, 12 years old, I watched TV and VHS video. So every day I watching and dreaming. So if I hold the trophy, so maybe I'm very, very happy, and so maybe, yeah. So yeah, very, very happy, I think.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
So far, it's been everything we could have asked for. The final day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. An incredible fishery and 10 anglers left in this season. One championship left to go. Japanese sensation Taku Ito putting on a show during the past 45 minutes to 1 hour out there, putting a great limit in the boat. Chris Johnston started the day 3 pounds behind the leader, his brother, Corey Johnston. Let's get out to him right now.
Chris Johnston making a massive run to the southwest side of Galoo Island, about 12 to 13 miles out into the lake. Rough lake today. He's actually on the southwest corner. Started on the northeast side, a little bit too rough there. Chris Johnston slowly starting to fill his 5 bass limit.
It's a good one. Come on, baby. It's a good one. Come on, baby. Stay down. Come on. Make this big run pay off here. There's another one right below us, too. Let me catch both these. Come on. I wish we had more time to fish out here.
Here, Chris Johnston talk about not a lot of time to fish. Chris Johnston and Taku Ito making really the farthest run.
There we go.
We said if you're going to hold the trophy today, you're going to have to beat him and his brother Corey Johnston. Gosh, do they make it look easy, man.
Get back out.
A little slower day for Justin Atkins.
Yeah.
Missed a couple fish earlier.
One of them looked really big.
Yes, 3 fish, Justin Atkins live well.
What about that piece of meat? Holy smokes. Back up, working with a monster. Golly, that's a giant, dude. Didn't even hardly fight either. Holy smokes.
It's an amazing place, man. Lake Ontario, listen, great stringers come out of that river. Lake Ontario is scary how good it is.
Justin Atkins has caught his share of those in that size range right now. That is a timely one there.
Yeah, back into second.
Plot thickens. We get tighter and tighter on our leaderboard, the top half of it anyway. And who knows what is left, what is in store yet to come. St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Spending this Sunday morning watching some outstanding fishing from a truly incredible place, the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario. Here in the state of New York, last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We took it from 95 anglers to start 4 days ago down to 10 on this final day. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon and Mark Zona. The unexpected. A few surprises. The plot just gets more and more interesting.
Yeah, and I really think the story of this tournament right now is Chris Johnston kind of giving Corey a little bit of room on those shallow water smallmouth, gambling, going out to the Big Island, Galoo Island, and starting to stack chips. And I can't stress this enough. Even really before commercial, I made this statement. What those two do day in and day out as far as consistency, they make it look so easy, and it is so incredibly hard to be that consistent every day on this body of water.
You put it so well yesterday. They are the two giant guard dogs
Yes.
you have to get by to win on this place. Can anyone get it done? Hey, the guard dog of the screen of knowledge and our hero, Ronnie Moore, is all set to go, ready to unspool the knowledge for us.
Well, we're seeing a lot of guys catch fish in rough water, deep water, and also shallow water, but out in, it looks like you're in an ocean, and wonder how they're catching them, what techniques are factoring. So I wanted to break down a couple of the top lures that we're seeing factor this week on the St. Lawrence River. And when it comes to that, there's a couple key predominant tactics, and one of them is a drop shot. If you don't know what a drop shot is, the bait sits above the weight. So you have your bait hooked and the weight is below it. You can make that leader a foot, 2 feet for some situations. Brandon Palaniuk, a former winner on this body of water, is using an X-Zone finesse slammer, a couple different colors, a 3/8 ounce weight. You want it light enough that you can touch the bottom and feel it, because if it's too heavy, it will get hung up in those rocks and snag. Meanwhile, we have our day 1 and 2 leader, Bernie Schulz, maximizing about a 250-yard stretch of fish that, no one else was targeting, but he really ran out of fish yesterday, and we're seeing him adjust today with a different bait, but he was throwing a Ned rig, which is a bottom bouncing bait. It imitates gobies, it imitates other little forage, throwing a 4-inch Yamamoto Senko, cutting it down to about a 3.5 inch size. Now we transition to the guy who really rose up the leaderboard yesterday, Justin Atkins, using 2 different baits. We may only see one come into play today, but he's using that same drop shot that a lot of these anglers are, but he's using a Berkeley Max Scent Flatworm. That has been a popular smallmouth bait since it debuted in the industry. And then also yesterday, when it got calm, he threw a hair jig. We probably will not see that up shallow for him today with how windy it's been, how rough it's been. But these guys are often employing these different tactics to imitate certain forages, and a couple of the key predominant bait fish that they're targeting are crawfish. We see these were spit up in an angler's live well, crushers from a crawfish. Those hatches often make those fish explode, and they'll target on certain baits. This is the goby that we mentioned that Bernie Schulz is imitating with that Ned rig, just a small bottom dwelling bait that's really just all muscle, all meat for these fish when they eat it. Whoa. And then the perch. Perch are bait fish that swim around. If you're down south, you have shad, bluegill. These perch are very popular up north, and so a lot of anglers in those moving baits are imitating perch as well. So those are some of the actual baits the anglers are using, and the forage they're trying to imitate out on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario.
Super job, Ronnie.
Yeah,
Excellent look at what these fish are feeding on out there.
Dazzling
We have been the beneficiaries of that throughout this week here. Just been some tremendous limits of fish brought in. Let's get back out to Justin Atkins. Just saw him catch a giant moments ago.
I'll be your guard dog any day, Tommy.
Up live right here, fish number 5, a critical fish for Justin Atkins.
He'll make number 5, but that's about it.
This will make number 5, so whatever it weighs will go to his bottom line. That's one way.
Huh?
That's one way.
You get a good look at him that way.
To replay that. Almost hit him in the head. Not a big one, but it is not a bad one.
2 3/4.
3/4, enough to put him in the lead now, just ahead of Taku Ito.
What's key for that is we saw on the final day last year with how great it was, almost 100 pounds to win this event. It was rough just like this on that final day.
Yes.
And a couple of those guys that made the run of the lake came back with 2, 3, 4 fish, never got their 5-fish limit. For him to have one already this morning is pressure off of him.
Oh no, not big.
Humminbird bird's eye view of Taku Ito has his 5 bass limit. Biggest stringer of the day so far, unofficially right at 21 pounds for Taku. And really his weights have gone up every single day of this tournament. His Achilles heel right now is a 18-pound stringer on day number 1, which still a good 5 bass limit.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Not so big. Maybe no.
Does not look like that fish will help his 5-fish stringer.
Yeah.
That'd be better than 3 to do that, I think.
Very close. Very close.
Yeah. Yeah. Bye-bye. Sayonara.
Bye-bye.
Next.
Looking for nicks on that line, worried about those zebra mussels on the bottom, very much a concern.
That's another thing that I didn't mention in the top lures, the impact of zebra mussels on the forage, how it relates, the clarity of the water, the explosion of the gobies. It's all a factor on why these smallmouth have gotten so big on the St. Lawrence River. And it's been that way for about 15, 20 years
And
that's grown.
Here's what's amazing about this place. The clarity, it was fantastic in the 80s and 90s. You could still see down 10 to 15 feet of water. On a calm, sunny day now, you can see down 20 to 30 feet of water.
Oh, big one. Wow, big one. Yes, come on. Taku time. Come on. Oh, you stay shallow. Go too deep. You can go too deep. Yeah. Yeah, no, more deep. You are more deep. Wow, many big fish. Maybe 105-pounder. Crazy. Yeah. I can 500 pounds. It's a 105-pounder under the water. Wow, crazy.
There are 105 pounders under his boat right now.
That
is Taku time.
Yeah. That does not suck.
No, it does not, Ron.
No, coming. Yeah. Okay. Wow. No coming, no coming, no coming, no coming, no coming. Oh, it's giant, it's giant, 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 giant. Gosh, 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 gosh. Oh. Wow. Gosh. Taku time. Hello, I'm Taku.
I'll say it's Taku.
Did he just tell us he's Taku
He's
again?
Taku. He is Taku. It doesn't take much time watching this guy to see what a serious talent he is.
I need to hear that again.
I'm Taku.
I'm Taku. Yes, you are. Smallmouth Disneyland right under his boat. 105-pounders under that boat right there.
Sounds pretty formidable. Some great stuff in the boat with our international field here. Taku Ito leading.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Pretty soon, we'll head into the second half of our 8-hour fishing day here at the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite. The St. Lawrence River, the border between Canada and the U.S. Certainly have an international event going on here to start the day. The leader was Canadian Corey Johnston right now. Japanese sensation Taku Ito has overtaken that lead.
Look
We've
at
got
those
some Americans
weights,
as
man.
well.
There's potential right now for Taku Ito. He makes one more call. He's looking at one of the biggest stringers of this tournament, but let's slide back into the St. Lawrence River just outside of Alexandria Bay, Chippewa Bay. Your day's 1 and 2 leader, Bernie Schulz.
Boom. Oh, he come off. God dog it. Another one got it.
Wind's starting to lighten up just a little bit.
Look at him. Not really. Not really. Come here.
Trying to make a claim for the guys fishing in the river today, Bernie Schulz. A little bit ahead of schedule from where he was yesterday. Back over the mouth of the river, Cape Vincent area. Brandon Palaniuk, 5 bass already in his live well, looking to cull.
Come on, be a big end. And stay on there. Gosh, it's a dark one. Usually those are the big ones. I just can't get a good look at it. Not a giant. Definitely helped though. I mean, he's pretty big. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Get in here. Yes. That's a better one. My guy's not that big. He's a pretty dang good one. Just gotta keep tricking him. It's a 4-pounder at least.
Solid 4-pound fish right there for Brandon Palaniuk. Going to get back out in the mouth of Chameau Bay. Taku Ito, biggest stringer by far today. Humminbird bird's eye view. And really what Taku was concentrating on, this is a very, very slow tapering flat out to 20, really to 35 feet of water.
Come on, bro. Come on.
A lot of little rubble piles, boulders on this flat. And we have seen throughout this tournament the guys fishing out in the lake deeper. Every day that deeper bite has gotten better and better. A lot of fish this time of year. You look at that bay over his left-hand shoulder. Chameau Bay holds a population of fish that live there, but also a lot of fish that come in there to spawn and then fade back out to this part of the lake.
I need 5-pounder. Maybe coal, but not 5-pounder.
Got a 3-pounder in the live well.
Yeah. Told us on his last fish catch that he is Taku.
Yeah.
That's right.
With emphasis. Pretty cool.
Smallest fish in his live well is 3 pounds right now. Everything else, 4.5 to 5.5 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a Mike Tyson. His nickname is Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, come here. Mike Tyson, come here. Oh, a small one. Yeah. Small, but strong.
Look like that's going to help right there, but unofficially 5 smallmouth out on Lake Ontario for Taku Ito at around 23 pounds unofficially.
That is significant. We look at our clock. The clock is ticking for all of our anglers down in the lake there.
That's
a lot of travel time.
That is
a lot
the
of
problem
travel
right
time.
now.
Yeah. Action still going on and a lot of work to be done for some of our leaders to start this day. Taku Ito on top.
The Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Later today, the Gold Cup continues on Fox. After a high-scoring victory on Thursday, the U.S. men's national team needs another win to clinch the top spot in group play as they take on Canada. Today, 5 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
CONCACAF Gold Cup. Tommy, who do you have, USA versus Canada? Because we kind of have that going on right now in this tournament.
Man, have we ever.
Yes, we do.
This one's all about the international dimension here. Our leader from Japan, Taku Ito, the leader to start the day. Corey Johnston, the man who won it last year. American Clark winner, who won Angler of the Year last year. Clark Winler.
We have anglers from Canada, Japan, Idaho, Florida, Texas, Alabama, Tennessee.
Dang, he had it.
Ooh. Clark is making him feel his lash when he hits him today.
He is popping him.
Extra flair to that hook set. Lash.
Coming up, coming up. No, don't come up. Just do that. Just pull.
Stay on there, buddy. Turn around, turn around. Four-pounder.
Yeah, it is. Kind of looks like it's Clark time right now. Clark needing 2 more big culls, though. 2 small fish in his live well. Your day 3 leader, Corey Johnston, still scratching. He's dropped down to 5th place unofficially.
Big one. I think it's a big one. No, it's not a big one. Damn. Hit it like a big one. Than I thought, I think. Here. Now if we catch 2 5-pounders, we'll have a chance.
Not a bad one right there for Corey Johnston. You'll notice one thing, though, that he will need. Presence of a little bit of sunlight to get these shallow ones to fire. Your mercury move of the day, it is not Corey Johnston so far. The whole story here of Championship Sunday, Taku Ito taking us to what he calls smallmouth Disneyland. You want to know who he said wants to go to smallmouth Disneyland?
Who?
Mike Tyson.
Right, exactly.
Exactly right. It may not make a lot of sense, but it does today.
And it does.
Taku Ito landing on the mother lode of big Lake Ontario smallmouth light line finesse.
Yeah.
Taku Ito making the comment he knows smallmouth tricks that nobody else knows. Told us a little bit earlier he is Taku. Also told us at the Bassmaster Classic a month ago he's a cowboy.
All those things are true.
All of those things are true. And he has been a Texas outlaw throughout this entire Championship Sunday. Your Mercury move of the day. Biggest stringer by far on Championship Sunday. Very entertaining. Smallmouth Disneyland. There are 105-pound smallmouth under his boat right now.
Think of that.
He told us there was.
Think of that. Look at their
check.
The way it lays out.
Taku Ito culls out that one that he caught at 9:14. Legitimate, very legitimate shot to win this tournament. The only thing that Taku Ito is against right now is the clock. It's going to take these guys about 2 hours to get all the way back to Waddington. Your mercury move of the day, strong limit right now, Taku Ito.
Putting on the show for us today. That's the way it stacks up right now. He's got that lead for now. More fishing action on the way, though. We're still several hours from weigh-in time. Our friends Davey Height, Dave Mercer, about to pick up the thread from Waddington, New York, our fantastic host city. On-site coverage coming up when we come back. Here to the St. Lawrence.
Disneyland.
Smallmouth Disneyland.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
On location coverage here along the shore in Waddington, New York. We're on the mighty St. Lawrence River, a body of water that is responsible for distributing a quarter of the world's water. But this week, it is responsible for distributing all the hardware. Our Angler of the Year, our Rookie of the Year, our Century Belts, those have already been given away. But today, one more title, the final Elite Series title of the 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series here in this incredible fishery. And the international invasion continues. And while Canada gets ready to have what is, let's say, a hat trick, the third Canadian win, the international invasion goes in a whole other direction. Taku Ito with a masterful day, and he has said all week long that smallmouth talked to him, and I thought it was just something he said on stage, joined by Davey Height, Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year, and uber-talented co-host. But I thought he was joking on stage when he said he talked to smallmouth, but after watching him today, Davey, I think maybe he can talk to smallmouth.
He certainly has been all morning, and he deserves to be able to talk to him because he's backed it up, putting several 5-pounders in his live well already this morning and jumped out to a commanding lead. He's all the way out in the lake. He's not going to have a lot of fishing time today. It'll probably take about an hour and 45 minutes, maybe even 2 hours to return back. But right now, Taku Ito has a commanding lead.
Well, let's jump right into our Yamaha midday report, and we'll start with the guy from my home and native land. That is Corey Johnson. It's hard to believe he's in a rare situation where he actually has pressure on him in the Thousand Islands, and that's not something that is normally associated with the Johnsons because they absolutely dominate here.
Yeah, Corey Johnson had an opportunity to win this event just a couple years ago. His brother Chris won. And Corey really wants this title so bad. He's won so much here on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. He and his brother both are known to be the best smallmouth fishermen in this region. He had the lead going out this morning, but it's been a little bit slower. But keep in mind, Corey Johnson has done most of his work in the afternoon. He's 5 pounds, 4 ounces behind Taku right now, but he's caught his bigger fish in the afternoon all week long.
Little insider scoop, Davey. I made a deal with Corey. I told him lay off a little while, wait till we're hosting, and then put on the show. So stick with us. But a guy who put on the show since day number 1, led the first 2 days of this event, Bernie Schulz.
Yeah, Bernie has had a great tournament. It's not unusual to see Bernie Schulz having a good tournament here on the St. Lawrence River. He's been fishing it since the late 80s. A lot of experience here, not only in tournaments, but in family vacations, having a lot of fun in this area. He is definitely in his wheelhouse right here. He's from Florida, but I think he actually enjoys fishing here on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario even more than he does down in Florida. Bernie got off to a good start the first day, caught a 5 and a 6-pounder, and has held the lead for 2 days. A little slower day for him yesterday, only a little over 16 pounds, but today he's having a better day like day 1 and 2.
This incredible fishery, rich in history. Bernie Schulz has got a lot of history, but another guy with history. Last year's Angler of the Year, started his career on this very body of water with my co-host, Davey Height.
I really did. I have all the respect in the world for this angler, Clark Wendlandt. Actually a roommate. We both started our careers here in 1992. So Bernie Schulz obviously has a lot of history here. Clark Wendlandt does also, and always has success here. I don't think he's ever had a tournament here where he didn't do well. He's an angler that we definitely got to keep an eye on. He said, I found more fish this week than ever, and he's been fishing it since the early 90s. Clark Wendlandt is someone that we'll definitely have to keep our eyes on this afternoon.
In any sport, a very, very scary person is somebody that comes in here with their back against the wall. That's exactly what Clark Wendlandt did, and he has definitely represented, because remember, a Bassmaster Classic berth is on the line, and that is the only thing that Justin Atkins came here thinking about. He didn't care about second place. He wants to win this tournament and go to the Classic.
Well, the #1 goal for all these anglers when they start the season is to make the Bassmaster Classic. Justin Atkins has done very, very well in his young career. He's won a lot of big tournaments, had a very unusual season this year. He's farther back in the standings than we'll probably ever see him again. But today is his chance to guarantee a ticket to the Bassmaster Classic. Started this morning in second place. He's been on a giant school of fish all week long. He's been catching 4 and 5 pounders, and he just says, I've got 500 yards that is loaded with fish. I'm not going to run out of fish. I just need to be able to adjust with the baits and get those fish to bite. Right now, he's only about 1 pound and 5 ounces back in second place, just like he started off this morning.
What a spot he sat in this morning, sandwiched in between the Johnston brothers at takeoff. And he said, man, if I'm going to earn this, I'm going to earn it from 2 of the best to ever fish here, and maybe 2 of the best smallmouth anglers to ever grace this planet. Johnston brothers obviously representing, when they're jumping in the boat, things are good. But you know what? No matter how your day's going, let's get happy. You know, LeBron James loves Taco Tuesday. It is taco time every single day. And man, what a day Taku Ito has had, David.
It's been such a joy to watch him this morning, doing so well. He had a great stringer yesterday, over 23 pounds, and he's got 23 pounds unofficially right now with some more time to fish. I think he'll probably upgrade, and he's got several of those fish that you have to win on the St. Lawrence River. You have to have 5 pounders. Bernie Schulz was our day 1 and day 2 leader. He had a 5 and a 6 pounder. Taku had a couple 5-pounders yesterday, and already this morning has 2 5-pounders, solid 5-pound large smallmouth in his boat with time to upgrade. A lot of people, including myself, wasn't really thinking about him. You know he's going to have a good tournament. He's always had good tournaments since he's been up on the northern part fishing these smallmouth, but he's having a great tournament, and he can certainly win this thing.
Made all 3 cuts in the North last year, and that's top 10s, 3 top 10s in a row, but atop our leaderboard, trying to win his first Elite Series event in less than 30 Bassmaster events. The Bassmaster International Dream, big bass, big stage, big dreams, truly being proved here this week. And Taku Ito, you know, you hear names like Muhammad Ali, Ric Flair, Conor McGregor, great trash talkers. He's not a trash talker, but he is a quote machine. I mean, he said today that his boat was a smallmouth Disneyland, which, as we know, is the happiest place on earth. And he's been talking to smallmouth all week, and it is, I'm going to tell you, the world needs more people like Taku Ito.
He works hard. I asked him, the days are so long in this part of the country this time of the year, and I asked him, how many hours do you practice? And he said from daylight until 8 or 9 o'clock, 14, 15 hours a day.
Over to a laser-focused Justin Atkins doing exactly what he's done most of the time we've seen him this week, and that's fighting a fish.
Yes. He's probably caught more numbers of fish, and obviously a lot of quality there because he started out this morning in second place. He's currently still in second, unofficially. But he's probably caught more numbers of fish than any of our top 10.
Brandon Palaniuk obviously can be considered an expert on this body of water, has won here. I talked to him this morning about Atkins area, and he said him and Atkins talked in pre-fish, and Brandon said you can win this tournament on that spot.
Let him just wait his turn.
Clear water, these anglers, most of them using only 6-pound tests. They have to really be patient and manage these fish.
If you're not familiar with Justin Atkins, do not take this year on the Elite Series as what you can expect from this guy. That guy is
an incredible, incredible angler. Speaking of incredible anglers, over to the 2020 Elite Series Angler of the Year. Just ended his reign 2 days ago and handed the trophy over to Seth Feider.
Smallmouth are so strong. You're going to lose a few of them. They jump. They do so many things. Clark Wendland on his lowest weight day of the week had a 5-pounder jump and get off right beside the boat, and he weighed in a 3-pounder. You'll have those stories from almost all the anglers, but boy, it hurts to weigh in a 3-pounder when you had a 5-pounder literally right at your hand. Don't know if this fish is going to help him.
Davey, did Clark fish this tournament any different, knowing the situation he was in?
That's a great question, and most of the time, and my first thought is yes, but for Clark, probably no.
Oh,
Corey Johnson hooked up.
Stay on. Oh, God.
Big fish. Wow.
Giant. Frickin' giant. Oh, it's a 5. Come on, buddy.
Wow. Got to land that fish.
No. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Got the bait good.
Yes. That's what we're looking for. Great big ones.
That's a cull. Beautiful smallmouth.
Ding, ding, here comes the Freaka Puff.
Smallest fish right now, only 12 ounces. Bring you 5 largest bass to the scales. And you know, you can't have a big bass, big stage, big dreams with a 12-ouncer. He's going to replace that fish with this 5-pounder. What a beautiful fish. And the upgrade of Corey Johnson has to have a chance to regain the lead.
What an incredible fish, and look how quick.
Check this color.
Everything. That changes everything. And when we started, you said Corey promised us, and he did last night, that he would wait. There's a cull.
Wow, look at
Great
this.
Footage right here. Look at how. That's why you travel from, well, they're not far from home, but this is why you travel from down south to come here and fish this time of year to catch those fish. They're so exciting to hook and land.
That's a guy who has literally caught thousands of smallmouth bass that size on this particular body of water. But that could be one of the most important ones he's caught in his entire life.
I was going to ask, any of them any bigger than that one? And they've won a lot of huge tournaments, but Corey, this tournament, he really wants it. They've won so many events, but this one is one that he, other than the Bassmaster Classic, probably wants to win more than anything.
Wow.
That's our game right there. If you're tuning in and not familiar with these tournaments, you replace those small fish with those big ones, and you will You will be just fine at weigh-in.
But don't relax yet, because this guy right here, what he has found is so special. And like I said, Palaniuk said, you know, he went into detail, explained the spot with them, you know what I mean? Just
here we go.
Running it past him, and Palaniuk said, do not let yourself think that you cannot win there. That is every element that it takes to win. Oh, wow. Wow.
That was a beautiful big fish right there. Smallest fish, 2 pounds. This is going to help him a lot if he gets it in the boat. It looked just like the one that Corey just caught, didn't it?
It really did.
I really wish he'd quit doing that. Guess he's not going to, though.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, come here. Quit playing with my emotions. Just want to take you to Waddington. Come here.
Out on Lake Ontario, the waves make it even more difficult to land these fish. Can't use a dip net, 6-pound test line.
But, I mean, he has had a lot of practice this week.
This week, he's been doing this a lot.
Oh, man. I really thought you was going to make 4 when you were out there jumping.
Beautiful fish.
Wow. The St. Lawrence River dinner bell has officially been rung. And just when you thought this tournament was going to get a little sleepy, it seems like this incredible river has woken up. Our anglers trading blows. We started with 95. 45 went out yesterday, and only 10 went out here today. All of them shooting it out for the final Elite Series title of the 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series. In the top of the leaderboard, Japan's Taku Ito with 87 pounds even.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Hello, I'm Taku Ito. So I'm from Japan. So and near Tokyo, I learned to bass fishing, bank fishing. So no boat fishing, because in Japan the bank fishing is very famous. My dream is a U.S. tournament, so Bassmaster tournament. So my dream is I want to go to the U.S. I want to go to U.S. So every time. So 2 years ago, I started. So I tried the Bassmaster Open, Central Open, and qualified Elite. So last year, the second season. A long time, my dream Bassmaster Elite. So every day, so excited.
Taku Ito may have dreamed of it one day, but he is truly living that dream. From winning the Bassmaster Classic on a video game, he beat Hank Parker at 8 years old, to now truly living the dream. The dream just hit a bit of a road bump, and that road bump is a very, very lethal angler. Justin Atkins is our brand new leader. Just jumped ahead of Taku Ito, and you see Corey Johnston in 3rd place. But the one thing that we have gotten used to here in this incredible location, this incredible event, to finish off the 2021 season, is that leaderboard is going to continue to change. This is going to be a throwdown right to the very end of this tournament, being held in beautiful Waddington, New York. A great host and 2 incredible anglers having, I mean, how much better of an event can you have to finish off your season? What a way, you know, 2 totally different seasons, but man, a great event, and both of them with a lot of pressure and a lot of opportunity in front of them.
Well, the Bassmaster Classic being on the line has really added to this event, along with so many great fish catches.
Come on, come on, come on.
Please slowly. Please, please, please. Please. No break. Please, no break. No break. Please. I stuck in a rock, and so maybe zebra mussel. Easy cut line. Please. Yeah. Yeah. Please. 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 Take your time.
Taku was referring to there, the zebra mussels are on the bottom or on the rocks and have those sharp edges that'll cut your line like a razor blade. But then you don't want the fish to come up to the surface and jump and have the leverage to throw the hook. So
wow.
Ideally you want them somewhere in between, but that's not easy to do.
3 5-pounder. Oh no. Okay. Easy. No good. Zebra mussel, no good. I like smallmouth, but I don't like zebra mussel. Please. Please. I think big fish.
Taku being extra careful here. The last day of the Champlain event, a week ago, he lost 2 fish the final day that really hurt him. So important to put these bigger fish in the boat when you get a chance.
I gotta be honest, Davey, I'm scared to talk because almost nothing we can say could be more educational or entertaining than anything
No,
that
go
Taku
to
Ito
shallow.
says.
I agree.
No, go too shallow.
Only 1 pound and 3 ounces behind the leader.
Go too shallow. Please.
Had a good day, but he's got to get rid of a 3-pounder to call up.
Yes, they can bring in their 5 largest fish. So you want to upgrade. He's got 2 5-pounders, but his smallest fish is 3 pounds even. So he could retake the lead right now if this fish is 4-3, 4-4.
Wow, big one.
We haven't seen it yet, but he's sure taking his time with it. Appears to be one of those that could give him the lead.
Caught his 2 biggest smallmouth of his life this week in competition.
Wow.
I'm right behind you, Taku.
Yes. Okay. I got it. Okay. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Definitely more than a 3-pound smallmouth there.
Okay.
Which is big? This one? No! Yes. And 1, 2, 3. Okay. Bye bye.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Okay. Yes. I have to go back. Yeah.
That probably gives him the lead. It might be a tie because I think it's a little over a 4, and that's exactly what he needed.
Taku Ito says that smallmouth speak Japanese, but so do I. Deka bass. That means giant bass. I only know the first part, I guess. But here's a guy who knows everything about smallmouth bass. Truly one of the best smallmouth anglers on the planet.
Oh, that was a giant. I know it. Friggin' couldn't move him. Man. That was the one. 5s and 6s live here.
Painful loss there. Went to a part of the lake that, as you can see, very volatile, but if you get bites there, they are big ones, as he said. And over to Clark Wendlet, just like that, hooked up.
I've said all week, you cannot forget about Clark Wendlet, and he has stayed right there in the top 5 all week.
Come on, dude, big.
He certainly could win this tournament.
We don't need any 4s, we need 5s. Be a 5. We have not seen this one. He did not jump so far. If we can keep it that way, I'd be pretty happy. Here he comes. It's not a 5. Broke. Good gosh. Zebra mussel. He really was not that big.
Exactly
he was about a, I mean,
exactly
about
what
I
Taku was talking about. The zebra mussel frayed his line there, and he broke off right at the boat, but he said it was not a 5-pounder. Would have helped him a little, but not substantially.
This incredible fishery is incredible for many, many reasons. One of it is that Mother Nature protects it and keeps anglers off it. It doesn't get the pressure. Another thing is all the obstacles you have to deal with, zebra mussels, all sorts of things like that. And then you also got to get back. But a guy who came here with a plan is now the man with the plan saying, catch me if you can. Justin Atkins, 88 pounds, 3 ounces. He is your tournament leader.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
The final Bassmaster Elite Series event of the season. It is the best day of the week. Championship Sunday, when you get together with your friends, your family to watch it all go down. 10 anglers left in the field. We started with 95, but there's only 10 remaining on this incredible fishery, the St. Lawrence River. Gotta believe our biggest fishery of the season, but a guy that came into this with the biggest bag of the tournament on day number 1, 25 pounds and 5 ounces. Held the lead for the first 2 days and kind of struggled with this moments ago.
That's a better fish. Not better, but better.
Always looking for an upgrade. This will help him some. Needs a couple of those like he caught on day one, though. Those 5 or 6 pound class smallmouth.
Bernie Schulz fishing on a
There he is,
fishery
big
that he
one,
grew
too.
up on.
Thanks.
From Florida.
That's a big one.
Grew up here fishing in the summer. And over to Tennessee's David Mullins.
Yeah, it's a pretty one. Look at that. He spit up something. Did you see that? Get out of the rocks. Yeah. It's a nice one. Stay down. Oh, stay down. Get out of the rocks. Stay down. 2 seconds later, stay down.
So
you don't want them
shallow.
jumping, and you
Afraid
don't
he's
want them
gonna
on
get in
those
them
rocks where you
like
have
every
zebra
one of 'em.
mussels.
Come on, I can't hardly pull him against the current. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ah! Come on. Yes. Whew. That's the biggest of the day. That's a nice one. Huh?
Big event for Mullins
Old
this week.
son. There's our limit.
And how unique the thing about pro fishing is the pressure is never off. You look at David Mullins, had to have a good event to solidify a Bassmaster Classic berth. And then you look at him and Clark Wendlandt, both in this event. They were both shooting it out for Angler of the Year at the last event last year. And now Clark Wendlandt in a different position. He needs a win here. A good event is not good enough for him. He needs the W, and with it comes the title, but also comes a guaranteed berth to the Bassmaster Classic.
It's certainly what Clark Wendlandt has on his mind, has had that on his mind all week long. You never want to
Ooh, that's a big one.
not be in the Bassmaster Classic if you're an elite angler.
Like a sailfish.
Oh, that was incredible. Great shot there.
You want to know a lot about Clark Wendlandt, go back and Bassmaster.com and look at some of those photo galleries when he handed over the trophy to Seth Feider. There was a few images there, you know, where he stood behind him, you know, and he's clapping, and you know, everybody's in that situation, but you could just see the pride in his face. He was just really proud to be part of that.
Yeah. No, Clark and his wife Patty, since the early 90s, and seen both of their girls grow up, and just a first-class family.
He couldn't tell me which was more pressure, Clark, when I talked to him this morning. I said, which was more, last year, the last event, competing for Angler of the Year, or this? And he's like, I don't know.
Like you said just a few minutes ago, the pressure never ends if you're out here in the Bassmaster Elites.
Mm.
All these anglers enjoy what they do. They love what they're doing, but they all want to succeed. They all want to win. And you just don't have it. So many opportunities to win one of these elite tournaments.
No.
Only one a year you get an automatic berth to the Bassmaster Classic. That one might be what we need right there.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Wow. It's a good one for Clark Quinlet.
It is, and we've talked about it, but you can't say it enough. Look at that jump, just absolutely gorgeous. And Clark nailed it. It looked like a sailfish, not a smallmouth bass. Makes you so nervous, but this is what we all live for as tournament anglers. Look, check that out. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wow, these smallmouth are so fun to catch. 6-pound test line. You don't want them to be on the bottom, close to the bottom where the zebra mussels are, and you don't want them looking like a sailfish.
Well, fabled as the strongest freshwater fish pound for pound, these smallmouth bass, they're a little bit different. They live their life on a treadmill right at the mouth of the mighty St. Lawrence River, a river responsible for distributing a quarter of the world's fresh water. But today it will distribute the final Elite Series title of the 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series. So many stories and so much time left on this incredible body of water. The final day of school, the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River.
Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Hold it high, Josh Straisner, your 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series rookie.
There he is, the Rookie of the Year. We gave away a lot of hardware this week. Our Angler of the Year, obviously, earlier this week. But yesterday, Josh Straisner finally sealed the deal. And, man, what a comeback. Came into this event 55 points back. Nobody was looking at him. And he is your brand new Angler of the Year, as you see on top of the Seagar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. Davey Height, what a year it has been for our rookies.
It really is. It started out with Brian New winning the first event of the year at St. John's River and led Rookie of the Year for most of the year. KJ Queen, Justin Hamner, all right in the mix. But Josh Straisner, AB, all business. He certainly does not act like a rookie. He is out here with one thing and one thing only in mind this year, to win Rookie of the Year, but to succeed and be a veteran of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, at the beginning of this week, we had a big stack of trophies. Most of them are given out, but there's one more to give out, and the guy on top of that leaderboard is Justin Atkins. Came in here with one goal. Wasn't looking for a top 10, wasn't looking for a top 5, was looking for this win to put himself into the Bassmaster Classic. Today is the
so
eraser.
far today's been really good.
Uncharacteristically tough.
We've got a giant in there, another really good one, and then 3, solid fish. I got one that's just a 3-pounder I'd really like to get rid of. I got a little area over here that had a bunch of fish on it in practice. Caught a couple big ones off of it, and the wind's not beating it quite so hard, so I feel like I'll be able to make better casts. I can fish it a little more efficiently. We just got to see one over here first. I haven't seen anything yet. But I don't know, I felt like it was the right thing to do, was to try to make a little move, get somewhere where I could be more efficient. It was so hard to hit those over there and get the bait close enough, and then on top of that, they weren't really biting that good. I put too much pressure on them.
So Justin Atkins, a spot that earlier this week he kind of explained is, it would not run, it can't run out of fish. It seems like it may have done that.
Well, it's still, I think I understood him there saying that there's still some fish there, but he's pressured them so much this week, and they're not as aggressive as they were earlier in the week. And another thing that happens, Dave, you fish up here as much as anyone, those groups of fish, they might not be big schools, but groups of 3, 4, 5, 6 smallmouth bass relating to one piece of structure. When you catch that one, most of those fish will follow that fish away from the cover or the structure that they're at, and you call it bust up the school, bust up the group until they go back and set up. It's hard to get those fish to react and bite again, but he's got a 500-yard stretch. It's been very good to him. Seems like that area that he is in is protected from the northeast wind as well as anyone, you can tell, but he really seemed to be more concerned than I thought he would be about the wind and his being able to present his bait well. He's using forward-facing sonar to locate these fish. You see a Corey Johnson looking at the fish with his eyes, but Justin is using his electronics to make precise casts to these fish.
After the amount of pressure
Whatever
put
they
on
call it,
those fish, I
Alex
gotta believe
Bay
even a
up to
break too can help
Ogdensburg
them.
is going to probably be ridiculous. So I don't know. I mean, I may even leave here in just a minute, try to go fish in the river if I can get back.
Keep in mind, these anglers, what would you say, Dave, 90 to 100 miles away from Waddington where they have to check in with those fish. It being now the sun's out, a beautiful Sunday afternoon, there will be a lot of recreational traffic in that river.
I got out here right now.
Thing fished over here.
I'm surprised to hear Justin say,
I really
might head
felt
back
like
and
I
fish some in
needed
the
it.
river.
I got to have at least 24 for the right people to stumble.
See Justin just looking for individual fish with his electronics. Smallmouth bass have gotten bigger through the years, but technology has really, really helped the fishing here. When you make precise casts to these smallmouths rather than fan casting.
And it's also the point of Justin Atkins' day that he doesn't need numbers. He just needs a few key calls.
Good point. No need to cast to a smaller fish, and these anglers are that good with their electronics. They can tell those 2 and 3 pound smallmouth from those 4 and 5 pound smallmouth, and that's what he needs. Smallest fish, he said, is about 3 pounds. You've been saying all week, don't count him out, but if he replaces that 3 pounder with a 4 or 4.5, it'd be tough to beat.
Both those guys right there trying to fish their way into the Bassmaster Classic here at the final event of the season here on the biggest playing field we go to all year. Our Minn Kota unlocked the lake and gives you a good idea of just how big this fishery is. You see Austin Felix, I think, made the longest run all the way out to Glue Island, but some of our anglers are already starting to talk about or make their way back, and that's the big part of this. I mean, several hours left in competition, but you got to remember, you got to get back to the finish line. It's not just about catching the fish.
That's what always makes this tournament so interesting, because there's largemouth and smallmouth bass throughout this river, and a lot of nice ones, but it seems like we're going to have at least 3 or 4 today. I think it's 5 or 6 of the top 10 anglers going all the way to Lake Ontario, about 90 miles away, and looking at the Humminbird unlocked the lake, that river's a lot bigger than it looks like right there.
And a big, big difference about this sport, it is played on a public playing field. This is the Bassmasters, not the Masters. At the Masters, they got a guy that holds the shh sign. There's nobody holding that sign, and this river is an absolute playground. The sun's coming out, and it's gonna be an adventure for our anglers getting back to our host community here in beautiful Waddington, New York for the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Final 3 hours of fishing. This Bassmaster Live presentation coming your way from the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Such an important one. The final event of the year. A lot on the line still. It's a very important business to be settled. There is our unofficial leaderboard right there. Alabama's Justin Atkins with a tiny lead, just ounces ahead of Japan's Taku Ito. Clark Wendlandt, last year's Angler of the Year, coming in third as it stands right now. Corey Johnson, our leader to start the day, in fourth place, still has some work to do. Certainly within his power to get it done, but what a great place. Who knows what's coming up here? We do know that the fishing has been great and will continue to be. Arizona, it's been a blast watching all this great fish catching all week long here. And now we've had the final 3 hours of fishing. We've had a few surprises, a few little different twists and turns. And what do you see coming up? What's the big plan for the final 3 hours of fishing?
To see how long that Clark Wendlandt pushes it out on the lake. Look, a lot of our guys are already starting to make their way into the river. And in all honesty, guys like Taku Ito, Justin Atkins, they did their job, and they're starting to make their way back towards weigh-in because it's going to be a brutal run for those guys. Can Clark make one more call? Because all of these weights that you were just looking at here on FS1, they are completely unofficial. I have this way tighter than we have it on those standings, just eye spying those fish. But the one thing we said coming into this tournament, every time these anglers are allowed to run into Lake Ontario always outproduces the river, period.
All right, what will happen next? What twists and turns lie before us? We'll be watching it from right here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, and in the boats with all of our 10 anglers who are left on this final day. Let's take a look at some of the top performances. Our top three on top of the leaderboard right now. Third place, Clark Wendlandt. He's found him. There's no doubt about that, Hard Zone.
There's no doubt about it. You really just gotta average out the size that you're going to see with the next three anglers and really looking at what transpired today. We talked about it early. Whenever you come to Lake Ontario or any smallmouth body of water, when you don't have the presence of sunlight, man, that shallow water bite that we got to see really fire on day 2 here when we had a little presence of sun. Here's the one thing that does remain consistent on Lake Ontario: deep water schools. Really, from the time our guys put their trolling motor down earlier today, all the way really until some of our anglers picked their trolling motor up. The most consistent bite by far on Lake Ontario today has been 15 to 35 foot of water.
By far the best limit of the day. Here on the final day has been this man, Taku Ito of Japan. He has put on a show this morning.
3 pounder.
Yeah, one of the bigger bags that we have seen throughout this tournament unofficially right now with Taku Ito this time of year. Fish that size starting to get out deep. And as this tournament's gone along, Taku Ito, his weights have gone up, fish coming to him. He made the comment earlier today, I have 100 big smallmouth bass right under my boat. He is Taku, he told us.
He did.
That's exactly what he said.
Reaffirming that for us.
It is hard to put a number on what he has in his live well, but I'm going to say it's a little bit better than the 23 pounds that we have him at.
Very cute bass.
It's a cute bass.
Gosh.
A light line deep water show, which is pretty much every time we have a camera on him, proving to be one of the best finesse fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Pretty much in a statistical tie with our leader, Justin Atkins. Added dimension to Justin's performance today. His only pathway to next year's Bassmaster Classic is to win this tournament. That is job one. That's the only job.
Yeah, an absolute dreadful season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Ron Moore, Such talked about it. Some big titles for this angler right here, but things not going his way. Maybe that is a big one right there. That bass right there could prove very critical at today's weigh-in with Dave Mercer as our anglers start to make their way back towards Waddington. And it wasn't like days 1 through 3 where a lot of his weight pretty much was done by 10 o'clock.
11, 12.
Needed almost every minute. Will what Justin Atkins right now has in the live well be enough? Because he made the comment, I'm gonna start making my way back. So A lot of Justin Atkins fishing day done, but making a couple key calls late in the morning.
It unofficially is 20 pounds, 5 ounces. What do you think about that? A little low?
I think it's fairly close. Somebody that's still out on the lake, has really nothing to lose right now. Decent limit in his live well. Chris Johnston getting in an area that we saw him do big damage earlier. That's a big one, Tommy.
Mm.
You can see how clear that water is on Lake Ontario. Big black smallmouth right there. Made a swing at him.
Great shot.
Absolutely.
Looking at two good ones here, but I'm running out of time. I know I lost a giant out there deep. I only catch big ones off that spot, and there was 2 big ones suspended on live scope. You can see them, and you can tell they're big, and I had one of them go. Just couldn't seal the deal, so we got a couple minutes here, and then we're gonna get back in that river. I'm a little worried about how long it's gonna take us to get from Mallorytown to Ogdensburg in that river. If it blows off ashore, we're okay, but if it goes down the pipe, it could be an hour plus. Just in there.
Gosh, and conditions finally getting right up shallow, but just running out of time. It is going to be a washing machine heading up the St. Lawrence River or down the St. Lawrence River. Taking a look at Chris Johnston's day, gambling, going out to Galoo Island, deepwater haunts, a lot of regional tournaments won out there. And best way to put it, whoever wins this tournament, if they beat Corey and Chris Johnston, you have done something. You have done something in a big, big way.
Climb Everest and K2 if you've done that.
They are 2 warlocks guarding that.
Conditions not great for Chris this morning. Said at one point, I just can't hold on these fish. I know they're there. I can't hold on them.
Good. Look at how clear that water is with Chris Johnston on your right-hand side. And besides what you saw earlier today with Chris Johnston, the bulk of the damage done shallow for Corey and Chris Johnston this week.
2 of them right here. Need one of them to go. Little guy. Didn't even see this one.
It is absolutely not what Chris Johnston's looking for. Already has 5 bigger ones in his live well, so that will not cull out the smallest.
I lost my pliers earlier.
Chris Johnston is our defending champion from last year. First time the Canadians won a Bassmaster Elite Series event. 98.5 pounds. Excuse me, 97.5 pounds last year. Over 4 days.
going to get back into the St. Lawrence River with Bernie Schulz. A solid day, 18 pounds. A little bit of largemouth fishing right here.
I can't do it anymore. I'm making myself sick. Well, I was trying for a big largemouth here, but I can't get any big smallmouth going. I got just a really average stringer, and I came in here to get gas and saw this matted cover. So I figured I'd throw a frog and skip some of the docks. And I had one swirl on a frog, and that's been it. We're behind the 8 ball. I'm going to work my way back towards weigh-in and see if we can't catch a couple of big smallmouth.
Still blowing pretty good. Doesn't seem like that northeast wind has lightened up
That
like
as
it was predicted.
No.
And the problem, if you're just tuning in here on FS1 Bassmaster Elite Series, these guys are going to take about an 80-mile beating getting back to the weigh-in. Bernie a little bit closer than the rest of our anglers.
Two more good ones. Real good ones, though.
Corey started the day just ounces ahead of Justin Atkins. Again, Atkins needing to win to gain the 2022 Classic. Same story for Clark Wendlandt. Same story for Bernie Schulz right there, and Chris Groh in our top 10.
Tough day for Chris Groh, but big hats off, having his best Elite Series finish his entire career. And the other thing is, a couple of these guys are going to probably have to gas up on their way back. And this time of day around Clayton, New York, when the poker runs and scrambles start, could be a little, maybe we can get some of the footage of those guys coming back. It'll be a little bit of a circus, a little county fair act on the water.
It is the high season for enjoyment of the St. Lawrence River anyway.
Summer lasts about 9 days up here, and I think we're on about the 8th one right now.
Yeah, all the pop and sizzle, as you say, is going on today.
Tommy, you were mentioning a couple of the guys that have different goals this week. They got to win to make the Classic. They've got to perform well in this final event to stay requalified for the elites and whatnot. I wanted to bring it in for the Screen of Knowledge to talk about some of those season-ending awards that we got to knock out. We got to knock out our Angler of the Year award winner, Seth Feider, and crown that on day 2, winning that award by over 60 points, lapping the field. An average finish for the season under 13th per event. That is incredible. One of the best seasons of all time. Yesterday, though, we still had our Rookie of the Year battle. 2 anglers fighting for that. Justin Hamner needed to catch Josh Straisner by just a few points. Did not do that, so Josh Straisner took home our Rookie of the Year award. And then the last spot in the Classic. It was very worrisome for Stetson Blaylock. Started the day in 15th in the event. Needed to stay above 29th place. That means 28th or better, and he was fine. He came in 28th place, got the last point that he possibly could get to survive and make that Classic. And when we talk about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, we always talk about the top performers of the event. And coming into this final day, the top 3, Corey Johnston, Justin Atkins, and Chris Johnston, those are the percentages that they were selected in fantasy fishing. These 2, Corey and Chris, are in the top bucket, bucket A, the top performers for the season. And you had to make that choice. Who do I pick? Which Johnston brother? Obviously, a lot went with Chris because he was a former winner and a second-place finisher on this body of water. In the final bucket, or one of the final buckets, Justin Atkins, 10% chose him, so they're paying off big time this week so far. Maybe he can close it out.
Whoa, Ronnie, you like to talk about yourself in Bassmaster Fantasy.
Not in this.
I'd like to know which one of the co-workers.
No, that's at the end. This is my segment, Z. Stand down. Mercury Drain the Lake. We wanted to get to those 4 winning in guys that you mentioned, Tommy. Justin Atkins, Clark Wendlandt, Bernie Schulz, and Chris Groh. If they do win an in and win this event, it is bonus points for whoever selected Mercury Drain the Lake. Okay, Z, now to your deal.
Yes.
I'm very, very high up in Mercury Drain the Lake, top 150 in the world. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, not as high, but our CEO, Bruce Aiken, is, and he is going to be the MVP, the AOI of the season, and I still have a shot for Mercury Drain the Lake to do that.
Yes.
It is a tight battle going to the final day of the season. So it is, it's been a good one, but I'd rather talk about Mercury Drain the Lake than Rapala right now.
Understand that. I'm sure Bruce Aiken, who's been texting throughout the broadcast here on FS1, just want to make sure you know who won Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing this year.
Exactly.
Great year at Drain the Lake. As you point out, Ronnie, it's for the smart people.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's why you're doing so well.
Strategy that I'll excel at, you know.
I keep having to remind myself about all of that. Justin Atkins, win and he's in, possibly making it to the 2020 Bassmaster Classic. Taku Ito, the great day this morning. Clark Winlet, another win and in guy. What's going to happen next? Thank you very much. Back live now in Waddington, New York, northern New York. Final day of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 10 anglers out there duking it out. Final day of fishing at the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite. Alabama's Justin Atkins just ounces ahead of Japan's Taku Ito. Clark Winlet, last year's Angler of the Year. After that, Corey Johnston started the day as the leader and probably the favorite going into this final day, but outcome still a little uncertain, Mark Zona.
Yeah, and really, it's like I said, coming into this segment, pretty much all of our weights are very, very unofficial. We don't do this very often. I have Taku Ito in the lead. I think he's got Justin Atkins by a little bit, and really, for most part, those guys are done fishing right now here on Championship Sunday. Somebody that is grinding it out, making as many casts he can before he has to make that long run to Waddington. Corey Johnston, your day 3 leader.
And that's the next big story, is not only catching enough weight, but they have to make it back on time. And if you misjudge a 130-mile run by 5 minutes, that's the difference in 1st and 7th.
Key for guys like Taku Ito, Clark Winlet, and Justin Atkins, get back, make sure your fish are taken care of where you have no fish penalties today.
David Mullins with a good start today, but unable to gain a whole lot of headway after that. Good tournament nonetheless, as he's solid now for the Bassmaster Classic. Very important goal for every angler during the course of this season.
You can tell Corey knows he needs
Get this in, we're gonna go.
1 or 2 good bites. Corey knew coming into today with the conditions that we had, a lot of cloud cover, that it was going to be a grinder for the guys up shallow, and pretty much Corey Johnston has done that all tournament long. He actually said after the weigh-in, I'm really worried about the guys that are fishing deep out on Lake Ontario, and Corey Johnston knows this place, and his prediction pretty much spot on.
About as much sunlight as we've had all day. Clouds thinning out.
Corey Johnston can pretty much fish till the last second he thinks he needs to make it back to Waddington, about, call it a 70-mile run that he's going to have to make today. And he has nothing to lose right now. He knows he's behind the 8 ball.
You knew somebody was going to catch a big bag, 25, 24, 25 pounds or something like that at some point today.
Well, we said that early in the broadcast today here on FS1. That angler that caught, well, what we think is one of the biggest stringers of this entire tournament. Taku Ito, great history here out on Lake Ontario. Really the only flaw in his game was day number 1. Catching 18 pounds, which is still a great 5-bass stringer.
Lost a couple of fish he thought were big, but by and large, just a great job of executing out there. Not the ideal conditions.
Oh, you nailed it, Ron Moore. We knew somebody was going to catch a really big stringer out on the lake. Not only Taku Ito, Justin Atkins might have the smallest stringer he's caught all week, but we have him over 20 pounds.
He's really been shooting for that. If I can average 22 to 23 for 4 days and I get beat, I just get beat. And so that upper 80s for final day, 4-day weight is going to be his goal. And he has done it. That 5'11", it could be 6 even, it could be 5.5. That's a big one.
That could be the biggest bass of Justin Atkins' entire season. That fish right there almost hit him in the face. Making a couple late-day calls for Justin Atkins. This bass right here, getting rid of a 2.5-pounder, also could prove huge today's weigh-in.
Great area, but he has been leaning on him.
Tommy, I got to tell you something. Would you mind me saying, fantastic season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Fantastic season being on FS1. Huge thanks to everybody.
Great pleasure.
That
So
tuned
much
in to an unbelievable season.
So much fun to share that with everyone. The weigh-in begins in Waddington, New York, our fantastic host city, at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. You can check it out on Bassmaster.com. I predicted close finish.
I predicted
way out there.
Yes, I think our unofficial standings, this one is far from over. Definitely want to tune in to Bassmaster.com to check out the weigh-in with all the festivities and Dave Mercer.
The fact that Taku Ito has a shot on the final day after starting 38th on day 1 is huge for that man.
What a year.
Great year. Coverage going to continue on Bassmaster.com here. So much fun being out there. Great place to end your season. And as you say, Mark Zona, a terrific season in 2021. Who's going to win it? Still unknown. Maybe some more surprises on the way. Thank you again for joining us today. The Bassmaster Elite Series final stop of the year.
Okay, I got it. Okay, yes.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Fourth quarter of the fourth day, final day of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 2.5 hours fishing time remain. We got many anglers in transit. In fact, the majority of our anglers, Mark Zona, running back. Not an easy task today. It's not just a free throw. You got to pay attention. And of course, we don't know what might happen between now and then. There are going to be some stops, but we do know what has happened so far. Thus, our Toyota midday report, starting with Bernie Schulz.
Big hats off to Bernie Schulz. 4 decades on the Bassmasters. Doesn't have a win on his resume, but he's got good history on this body of water today, transitioning over to a spinnerbait early. But you kind of had that vibe on day number 2. In fact, we opened up the broadcast, if you got to hang with us here on Bassmaster.com. Would that key 250-yard stretch reload every day? Really hasn't reloaded, but Bernie Schulz has tracked down a solid limit on day 3, just over 16 pounds, and we have him around 18 pounds today, but just not enough to chase down your unofficial leaders here on Championship Sunday.
First and second days really struggled a little bit yesterday, but Bernie Schulz having a great event here, as he usually has. Man who started the day with the lead, Corey Johnston.
Corey Johnston said he had 4 spawners up his sleeve, left over some of the latest ones to still be spawning here on the river. All 4 of those were right around Cape Vincent. Corey Johnston capitalizing on 2 of them. Corey Johnston, after the day,
not a big one, but
3 weigh-in, said he was very, very concerned with 2 things. One of them being all the cloud cover, and the other one, the guys that were fishing deep on Lake Ontario. Both of those proving right here on Championship Sunday. Decent limit for Corey Johnston, but some way, shape, or form, he is going to have to make 1 or 2 massive calls before he makes his way back to Waddington.
That's what we're looking for. Great big ones.
Let's turn our attentions now to a man who needs to win this tournament in order to make it to next year's Bassmaster Classic. No other alternative. Clark Wendlandt, last year's Angler of the Year, making a big stand out there today.
No doubt about it. A little bit light yesterday for Clark Wendlandt. Getting here to Championship Sunday, had a little bit over 20 pounds. Just like some other anglers said, there were fish coming to him throughout this tournament. Really throughout practice, Clark Wendlandt finding them shallow on Fox and Grenadier Island as the tournament progressed, following them out deeper, and really Clark catching better numbers out on the lake than most of the other competitors that we have covered. One of the things that's going to be very interesting at today's weigh-in, unofficially, we have Clark Wendlandt right now right around 21 pounds. Really looking at what he's caught, I'm going to say he's a little bit past that weight. Another angler that we might have a little bit low with what he has in the live well, who landed on the mother lode, not huge numbers, but huge fish for Taku Ito, an absolute show on FS1 earlier today.
Performance here in Lake Champlain last year, wrap up his rookie season.
I'm going to say biggest stringer of the tournament.
Unofficially, that's what we have him as.
25-6.
25-6. I'm going to say right there, if not a hair more.
Officially listed as 24 right now. We're halfway through this tournament. He landed in the top 10 and has not been budged out of it since then. I guess he was saving it all for today.
Taku took us on a ride to smallmouth Disneyland today. Hundreds of 5-pounders under his boat at one time. We said it on the FS1 broadcast. You just kind of want to roll up that smallmouth Disneyland, put it in your pocket, just know it's there.
He gave the big kids the fast passes, huh?
He gave the big kids the fast passes. Exactly right. Smallmouth Disneyland. It's where everybody's happy, Sue.
Happy man yesterday was Justin Atkins, putting himself so close to the lead to start this day.
Misery led to wizardry earlier today for Justin Atkins.
Well, no.
Losing a couple fish early, one of them a very, very big one. But as you nailed it, Ron Moore, Justin Atkins said if he can be, that is a giant right there.
Smokes.
If he could be at that 22-pound average a day, pretty much say he has done that. Be curious just to see if one of those other anglers fishing out in Lake Ontario just plain feed him. But an angler with a brutal, brutal 2021 season, trying to turn everything around here on the final day of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Just like Clark Wendlandt, his pathway to the Classic is win. Win, win. Win alone.
And you're in.
And you're in.
Just
win
in.
and in.
Well, for Justin Atkins, his weight has gotten better every single day. Started with 21 and change, got up to 22 and change, 23 yesterday. Taku Ito has done the same, 17-15, had him in 38th on day one. 11th place he jumped up to with 22-14, did 23-3 yesterday, and now over 24 pounds, maybe 25 on Championship Sunday.
See a lot of our anglers getting into the mouth of the St. Lawrence River right around Cape Vincent. Somebody going to cut it down to the last second. Back out to Corey Johnston right now.
Got him. Big one, too.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
the 412 for a virtual tie.
It's got to be a 4-pounder, close to it.
Needs one more call.
Decent one.
Very good call.
Let's just say Z, Taku has 25 pounds. He needs 20 pounds,
What are the odds of
6
that?
ounces at least.
I can just look down and I'm
tie
like, oh,
Taku.
that looks like a bed.
Man, you thought it was close at Champlain.
4.
Ooh.
Top 4 is going to be pretty close today, including Clark Windlet.
Yes. Okay, and if you're watching here on Bassmaster.com, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, real quick. If Taku Ito or Corey Johnston win, they will double qualify. It will pull John Cox into the Classic. If Justin Atkins or Clark Wendlandt win, it will not pull him. They pull himself in.
Yes. Yep. Corey said it about 30 minutes ago. I need 2 more culls here. That was 1.
Z, I'm glad you brought up that point.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to bring that point up, but yes.
Well, there's a lot of people rooting for or against, I would say.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
Yeah, Justin
Break
Atkins
it
and Clark
down.
Wendlandt.
Yeah.
Corey Johnson up in 3rd now, getting closer maybe even than those scores right there would indicate. It's going to be a bang-up finish at the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Sunday's always a big day on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and here on the border between Canada and the USA, St. Lawrence River, we're on to that last big day of the year. Championship Sunday at a big tournament.
Championship fun.
Thank you very much. Within 1 pound, 12 ounces, those 4 top names there unofficially could be way closer than that, too. That's what makes it such a nail-biter as we get a little closer to the weigh-in time, but there's still a lot of time left. Unfortunately, a lot of these gentlemen have to use it up with travel, trying to negotiate a not so easy to negotiate St. Lawrence River on this day.
One thing that we've definitely learned about the Johnstons, they are absolute calculators on what they need to do to win this event. Corey and Chris Johnston still in the Cape Vincent area, unlike the rest of the guys in the top 10 that are running back.
Corey hooked up. Both of them.
Chris hooked up.
Oh, what Corey would do for the fish that Chris Johnston has hooked right now.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy. Stay on there. Light one. One with them too. How much you got? Corey, how much you got? How much? That's it? 17?
It is so brutal when you say 18 to 19, your brother said that's it.
Yeah,
Wow.
with like a 4-pounder
Right.
plus hooked up, and
What
you need
happened?
that,
Right.
yeah.
On Bass Track, they have identical 18-13s.
Just in the nose.
That shot right there from Corey's boat.
I want to help.
Well, bait switch up there, Chris.
One.
Yeah. How big's that? That's a big one.
3.5.
What?
3.5, 3 3/4.
Could have used that one.
It's a good.
Huh. Good fish right there for Chris Johnson. Going to get back in the river. Still around the Cape Vincent area, like the Johnstons, Brandon Palaniuk.
Come on. Be a big one. Gosh, it feels big. If that's a smallmouth.
I know it's a big if, but if Corey would have caught that fish, that would have put him in the lead.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the one that Chris
Yeah.
caught?
Mhm.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's why he also called it, God, it's a giant. And then he said, how
Please
big?
be a
3.5?
smallmouth.
What?
It is. It is a big one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stay on there. It is a big one. No! No! That was a 5.5 pounder. Why? I didn't break a single fish off yesterday.
That's something you just do not see very often with Brandon Palaniuk. He uses as light a line as anybody here in the top 10.
That one got me shaking. That was a giant. That was a giant. That was one of the 3 more bites we needed. That was a giant. Huh? That was a giant. That was like a 5.5, 6.
Corey Johnson still trying to squeeze something out of this place here. He knows he needs one more. More good call.
Conditions definitely right now for what Corey and Chris Johnston wanted to do yesterday and today.
It's been a tough day today, no doubt. I'm seeing them. They just won't bite. If it was slick, then I can see them from further out. I think I could get them to bite, but it's been a grind today, no doubt. The better that I wanted to catch first thing, he was there, but he wouldn't bite, and I kind of figured that was going to happen. And the other big one I went to was gone, or at least I didn't see it. It was kind of roaming around a bit the other day when I seen it yesterday. But it is what it is. Still got a little bit of time.
Corey Johnson going to get everything he can out of this spot, as you say. It's looking better. The conditions, Mark Zona, and let's take you back to the takeoff, Waddington, New York, also the site of the weigh-in coming up at 3:15 Eastern time today. B&W Trailer Hitch is live on the line with our colleague, Davey Height. And Davey, how fitting is it the end of it all? 5 months of fishing for the best in the business, and we come down to one that's this close.
Yeah, it's incredibly close, and I don't think we've seen the end of the leaderboard changing up between Corey Johnston and Taku Ito, and obviously Justin Atkins with a very slight lead here. But the big thing I think we're going to have to think about this afternoon is if you fished only in the lake and you have something to go to in the river like maybe Corey Johnson does, I don't think Justin Atkins or Taku have anything like in the river, because I know these anglers have to consider it is a Sunday afternoon and the traffic and how rough it'll be on the ride back even through the river. So it could come down to which one of these 3 or 4 anglers has a spot in the river itself when they get a little closer to check-in.
Davey, real quick, how much time, Corey Johnston, Brandon Palaniuk, and Chris Johnston, the only anglers still around Cape Vincent right now, how much more time do they have to push this? And granted, they have nothing to lose today, but we're getting down to the very few minutes, correct?
Yeah, I totally agree, Z. And, Corey Johnson, well, all of them, Brandon, they're all great competitors, and they're going to push it right down to the last minute because you nailed it. They have nothing to lose today. Holding that blue trophy over their head, the guaranteed berth to the Bassmaster Classic, those things matter so much to the anglers that haven't already qualified. Corey Johnson wants this blue trophy. I spent some time with him yesterday afternoon, down on the dock with him this morning. But all 10 do. All 10 anglers out there, they want this blue trophy. But for some reason, in the few years that I've known Corey Johnson, you can tell he is so focused and so determined. I wouldn't want to be his camera boat. I wouldn't want to be following him today, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to be his cameraman today, because he is going to push it to the very last minute, and it will be a bouncy ride back to Waddington.
When you did the Dave and Davey show, you've looked at virtually everything that has been caught, whether it's Clark, Justin Atkins, Taku Ito, and Corey Johnston right now. Who do you have ahead, even if you look at Bass Track? Who do you have in first place?
And this is just me looking at it, I'm 100 miles away, but man, it really looked like Taku's fish. I mean, they are solid. Ooh. I mean, Atkins is, got a great stringer. He has caught nothing but good quality fish all week. But, man, a couple of those fish just look bigger that Taku had. And here's the other one. Corey Johnson, 1 or 2 of those fish that he put in his live well looked a little bit bigger than they're saying.
Yep.
So it's
Was
too
that-
close to call. I gave you the same answer as I usually do.
Was that old Steve Bowman slinking around there like Arkansas sewer possum, old country pumpkin swinging around behind you, y'all?
Davey, thank you so much.
There he
Great
is
stuff.
now.
There he goes again.
Hey,
Look
there he
out
is.
now. Look out in the background, Davey.
Oh, Arkansas country pumpkin, 501, just walking around.
Walking around here in ice, yes.
Born and bred.
Yeah, we're going to take and bring this vessel in the harbor, y'all.
Yeah, follow me to
All-day
adventure, boys.
Promotion, college bass, whole thing, man.
Cold ones ready.
Bring back red food.
No, it's not a big one. The big one's down there with it. These light ones keep eating it and they're not big. Might be a 3-pounder, but we need bigger. Barely in there.
Got to be over 3-1 to offer any help to Corey Johnston. Probably needs a bigger upgrade than that, just based on what we know, and we're not sure exactly what we know to a certainty.
I think Corey's going to stay out there until dark, until he has what he needs in his own mind.
Until they know that he was
Why
there.
wouldn't he? Absolutely. Why would you not? It's all about first place here, especially for the likes of Justin Atkins and Clark Wendlandt. We've got more to come.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Great job by the crew over at Marathon Studios. We welcome you back to our on-location coverage along the shores of beautiful Waddington, New York, where we're going to finish off the Elite Series season. Hard to believe this is the final Elite Series event of 2021, but man, what a way. It is going to go right down. I mean, it might not end today. We might have a fish-off. Who knows? We talk about it every single week. We were so close to a tie last week. You know, so many people worried about that. New York tournaments specifically are always tight. But man, it is the last day of school. It's all going to come down to this, Davey Hyde. I mean, our anglers out on the water competing, and man, this is the pressure cooker that is the Elite Series.
Yeah, very similar to last week at Lake Champlain. We could have the winner catch the winning fish in the last 30 minutes of fishing. It is too close to call. We could have a tie. We were talking about this last week, and it was very, very close. It's incredible. 88 pounds of smallmouth being caught, and it looks like, you know, we've got 3 anglers that are definitely too close to call right now on Bass Track.
Everybody hustling and bustling around here, and as you see, our Director of Angler Relations evidently has been out with some of the anglers that didn't
Was
quite
that Bowman?
make the cut, I believe, in a
Golfing?
set of
Angler
4.
Relations? I don't know.
Playing through, I guess, Steve Bowman. It's the final day of the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're down to the last 10 anglers battling it out on this incredible fishery. The St. Lawrence River connects the Great Lakes to the ocean.
Yeah,
and it can connect these anglers.
Looking at these anglers, Zona touched on it, and I think he's right. I mean, they're going to push it to the last minute, and the last minute is right here. Chris Johnson hooked up. Got a long run, and it's going to be bumpy on the ride back today.
We need a kicker. I don't think this is it. Not sure if it'll help or not. It might help, actually. It's amazing how short they are, but they're just built thick. I don't think it'd be close. I don't think you'll help.
That one most likely not going to help Chris Johnston, but man, what a track record Davey Hike. The worst he's ever done here is second place the first time we came here, so close. I mean, the media surrounded him. He felt like he had won it until his bubble got busted at that way, and then that was busted by Micah Frazier with a giant final day. He finished second place that year. But he righted the ship a year later, obviously got things right.
He did, and a lot of people, including myself, certainly glad to see him hold that blue trophy over his head here. And Chris Johnson, not just a great smallmouth fisherman, but he's proven on the Bassmaster Elite Series that he catches largemouth and smallmouth all over the country. 2020, like you mentioned, Dave, he got his redemption. But it was a bumpy ride for him out there last year. I think this is the final day. You can see how strong the winds were. But look at his weights there. 97 pounds, 8 ounces for a 4-day total. Chris Johnson certainly earned that trophy.
So close to joining the Century Club on smallmouth. Still searching for the first angler ever to do that. But speaking of firsts, he was the very first Canadian to win an Elite Series event. Obviously, one of two now, joined by Jeff Gustafson with a win earlier this year.
Begging for, so instead I'm leaving at 115. It's 115 now. So I think I'm gonna make one more cast, and that's gonna be it. It's kind of a disappointing day, but if I had a little less wind out there deep, I think I could have got a good bag out there. Just I couldn't hold on that one big fish spot and live scope them. I need a 60-inch trolling motor shaft is what I need. Man, that last one was a big one. All right, this is my last cast.
They've made that run up this river and on this body of water many times. And that's at least the one thing I guess you can hang on to.
Laid down
with
nicely,
the Johnsons and really all of our guys.
The last minute, that's for sure.
Very few have more experience and know what obstacles you can face coming up this river.
All right, right here.
Gotta be fish.
Bernie with a little better day today than yesterday, but I think he just needed another area or two. By day 3, he had really beaten up that 250-yard stretch. It was so good to him the first 2 days.
Reach. There you go.
So hard to win from one spot. I mean, that anywhere, never mind the $1,000, but that's really rare.
And I guess Gussie this year was the only person you might consider that, but it really wasn't even one spot. I mean, it was a 1.5 miles, 2 mile stretch of canal, but I guess that's the closest we've had this year of what you could maybe call a one-spot win.
Yeah, and I would say but the thing to remember, he masterfully, managed those fish.
Yes.
Very few, even on day one, left and went
Left when he caught
largemouth
his
fishing.
fifth one.
Yeah, really
Went
managed.
largemouth fishing, tried to do some other things. You're exactly right.
But that was one of the first times this year where I realized how smart Seth Feider was. He called that. He said, Gussie's going to win this tournament. But that was earlier this year, and as the season played out, Seth Feider absolutely dominated. And man, speaking of dominating, what a mixer we had last night, Davey, me and you. I mean, the on-location team, there is some benefits, ladies and gentlemen. You get to partake in the festivities, and let's just say the festivities were spectacular. Seth Feider, your 2021 Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And what a season it was, Davey.
So happy to see Seth Feider raise that trophy.
Here's how it all shook out. Of course, Seth at the top, but Chris Johnson, the guy we just talked about, with a second place finish. Once again, Brandon Palaniuk in the mix, Patrick Walters in fourth. And look at that, both Johnston brothers in the top 5. And look at Lee Livesey and Caleb Summerall. What a season they have had this year. Greg Hackney, of course, in the mix. That's your Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. We'll be watching this tournament when we get back.
The Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Waddington, New York, an area rich in history and resource with the incredible St. Lawrence River. World-renowned people travel from all over the world to battle the giant smallmouth. And you look atop the leaderboard, so much on the line and very little separating them. You see your tournament leader, Justin Atkins, and Taku Ito is 3 ounces away from an Elite Series victory. And I will say this. Yesterday he said that smallmouth can talk to him, but they evidently can't give him weight, because he said he had 18 pounds and I think weighed in 22 or 23. They're saying he is 24 pounds right now. Taku time could be crazy.
I love some Taku time. And I hear some other music there. Is the Power Pole replay of the day going to be Taku time?
Wow. Maybe big one. Maybe big one. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. No jump! Wow! Wow! What is it? What? Yeah, Taku time. Taku time. Come on, Taku boat. Wow, giant, giant. Oh, no, 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 no. Zebra mussel, zebra mussel. No, 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 no. No, no, zebra mussel. Oh no, zebra mussel. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Come here, come here. No, 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 no. Yes! Wow! 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 Wow!
What a day. Taku time makes the world a better place. I mean, who doesn't like Taku time?
It's absolutely incredible to watch him, to see the hard work that I know he puts in, and to be having that much fun all day, every day. I've never seen him when he didn't have a big smile on his face and so positive, so happy just to be here and doing so well on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Over to David Mullins. Came into this needing a big finish to get in the Classic, and I believe he's done that, becoming a 3-time Bassmaster Classic
shocked at the
qualifier.
lack of bites. I've only caught 5 keepers today. I don't know what the deal's going on. I'm shocked because, like I said, you know, right now is when they eat. Maybe I've caught them all off these places. That's what I'm thinking. Just not as many.
We've seen taku time. Let's have a look at how Mullins Day has gone. Earlier today, Mullins kicked it off, and it kind of fished the same area all week, it seems, no?
Yeah, I think he had a couple areas, but, you know, unlike Bernie, he really just had the one. I don't think Mullins had many, but I think he had more than one. But still, you're talking about day 4 of fishing those same areas, and it's been good to him. And he got a good start this morning, had several, I think 2, maybe even 3 of his fish in the live well before 6 of our anglers even got to their fishing location. So good start this morning, but things have slowed down. And just like we heard him say, this is the time of the day when things have really been happening in the river. A lot of the, you know, the lake fishermen, they're already having to run back, but later in the day has been the best fishing times. Last week at Lake Champlain and this week here in the St. Lawrence. Just one thing, you give up so much fishing time going to that lake, but it's paid off for the anglers that did that this week.
A big week regardless for David Mullins. Punching his ticket to the Super Bowl of bass fishing once again, and that is the goal, as we always say, for every single angler.
Yeah, yesterday when he caught the fish, he had a weight in mind that he thought he needed to get to, and when he was definitely to that set weight, you could tell he's super excited. A lot of relief, a lot of weight off his shoulders. Not quite as much weight as Seth Feider had on his earlier in the week, but every angler wants to make the B.A.S.S Masterclass.
Man, what a way to cap off this season. I mean, that moment on stage yesterday.
Yeah, I rotated into some
Chris
new
Grohl,
water. And
the entire.
we're going to fish some before the end of the day down there around Brocksville, but fished new water, fished old water. Just, I don't know. I guess the winds just kind of got them messed up a little bit. I don't know. I wouldn't think it would, but it looks like it's perfect to me. But doesn't matter what I like. It's what the fish like.
One thing we have seen in the years, when that wind blows against the current, it does slow down the bite in the river. And today's the first day we've really had that.
We'll fish this
The
one.
amount of wind's good.
Right
It's breaking up the surface a little, but the current's already slow because of the low water. Slows down even more when it's got that wind blowing against it.
You know what time it is, Davey. It's time for our to test our knowledge of this incredible sport with my favorite part of the show, Striker Daily Trivia. Let's have a look at our trivia. How close was Paul Mueller's 7-pound, 13-ounce smallmouth to the New York State record? A, 4 ounces. B, 7 ounces. C, 6 ounces. And of course, D, 13 ounces. I will let you marinate and think on it. That incredible, incredible fish. We'll be right back with the answer in a few minutes.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
The St. Lawrence River, home to beautiful islands, giant castles, and giant, giant smallmouth bass. In fact, the biggest smallmouth bass in Bassmaster history was caught here, and that is part of our Striker Daily Trivia. Once again, the question, how close was Paul Mueller's 7-pound, 13-ounce smallmouth bass to the New York State record? A, 4 ounces, B, 7 ounces, C, 10 ounces, and D, 13 ounces. Davey Height, I'll let you
A lot of pressure here. A lot of pressure here. I don't think I've missed one in the last 2 weeks.
I mean, your streak is...
For some reason, I think the New York State record is 8-10, and that's just so I'm going D, 13 ounces. I could be wrong, but 8-10 is in my mind for some reason.
I'll go A, 4 ounces.
It could be 8-1.
I think it might be B.
Here we go.
Survey says B. I knew it was
B. We
B.
were both wrong. 8-4.
4. I actually think I had it right, but I'm just very bad at math, Davey Height. That's what I learned from our Striker Daily Trivia here today.
Oh, I'm broken. It's like so close to AOI, and then no one will ever remember that I got some right when my last trivia was so wrong. I was off by 6 ounces. It's like the world.
I was missing an abacus, but here's a guy who had one of the most incredible moments of the season on stage yesterday, Chris Grow. In his final Elite Series event, he rallies to make his first top 10.
I'm pretty sure my fish were gone, or basically no matter what, I couldn't present the bait the way I have the last 3 days. So we've just been scrambling around shallow, and it does not seem to be working. But I don't care. I'm having a great day. I mean, just being able to fish the Forte was a blessing, and you know, I can care less what happens. But as for me now, I'm just trying to not hit a rock, but I don't know, try to catch a couple big ones here in the last bit. Do it for the rats. Do it for my mama.
What is a chain rat?
What is a chain rat? A chain rat is just some cats that grew up grinding their teeth, will fish there till they die. It's basically the Fox Chain of Lakes, where you know, what made me and a whole lot of other people. Grimy place, but memories galore, a lot of fun. But basically, I mean, I think everyone knows where the rats came from. It was you know, a bunch of old timers back in the day that dominated there. And then oh gosh, I mean, there's nicknames of everyone. I don't even know how to go. I can't even start. Ranger Dave.
How about you?
I'm a weasel. I get the weasel a lot. That's but used to have a guide service called Weasel's Guide Service. That was interesting. But yeah, no, it just started back in the day. Like, I come from an area that you wouldn't believe how many tournaments they used to have. And now, I mean, we still do. 2 Wednesday nighters, you know, 35, 40 boats in one and 20 in the other. Bunch of bullheaded people that don't want to, you know, unite, but that's the chain.
Fox Chain of Lakes, where Chris Grow grew up, and so many people support him. It's almost every single weigh-in. You see him with some chain rats in the crowd, but man, earlier today, I thought, uh-oh, lights out again here on the final day.
Yeah, after weighing in 24 pounds of smallmouth yesterday, he got started early this morning with this solid fish. And like you were saying, Dave, I was listening in and thought, wow, could this really go full circle for him? But slowed down a little bit after that, but great to see Chris Grow here on Championship Sunday, the final event of the year.
Amazing accomplishment by Chris Grow, and he is truly loved. The entire backstage erupted when that moment happened on stage. But here's a guy who has made the crowd erupt many times in his Elite Series career, Brandon Palaniuk.
That's a little better.
Off the water earlier today.
Look, I'm like number 5 before you get him.
Went into day 3 saying, I mean, I need a giant bag, and did exactly what he said he would do. Got a giant bag, 24 pounds yesterday. And you know whenever he's out on Sunday, he's swinging.
Got off to a good start once he got down to the lake. And after weighing in that giant bag yesterday, a lot of people, including myself, said, oh boy, look out when Brandon Palaniuk's within striking distance. And you're talking about smallmouth bass, you're talking about Lake Ontario, where he won in 2013, I think it was. Made the run all the way down to the lake and made it pay off in a big way. But a little slower today than I anticipated for Brandon Palaniuk. He has so many areas that hold fish. He's fished down there a lot of days down there for Brandon Palaniuk. Currently unofficially in 7th place, but still a solid tournament for Brandon.
Incredible tournament and another incredible season.
That was a 5.5 pounder.
Tough moment like that. 2 Elite Series wins last year and an Opens win earlier this year. So, and he got married just a few weeks ago.
Just a few things going on in the last 2 years, like 3 victories and maybe a 4th victory in his marriage. Certainly, I'm sure he would consider that a victory.
Well, let's head up to the guy who led the first 2 days of this tournament, Bernie Schulz. Grew up in this area, you know, spent his summers, obviously lives in Florida, but spent his summers, had family that had places here, and just loves this fishery. And man, first 2 days of this tournament seemed like he was in cruise control.
Oh, he was on fire. Starting out the first day of the tournament, his first 2 bites was a 5-pounder and then backed it up with a 6-pounder. Had the biggest stringer of the tournament weighed in on day 1.
Now.
Was able to continue it, not quite as good a stringer, but still a solid, good 20-plus pound stringer on day 2. Yesterday, and when Bernie looks back at this tournament, yesterday was a day maybe he could have made some adjustments. I think he lost a fish or 2. You know, yesterday was a day that wasn't real kind. Earlier today, we saw Bernie catching these fish. Got a better start today than he did yesterday, but it's hard to find another location that holds 5- and 6-pounders like he had, and it was a small area. He knew it. We talked about it all week long, only 250 yards. And I said it myself, man, I hope he moves around a little bit and can find another area, but it's a lot easier said than done.
Bernie Schulz got a great history in this body of water. Won a Canadian Open here a number of years ago, competing against LJ, Lynn Johnson. Well, Lynn's not here in the Elite Series, but his boys are. And the first Canadian to ever win an Elite Series event, his son, Chris Johnston. They kind of joked about how, you know, generationally these, you know, guys have battled it out here. But Chris Johnston, man, had a unique opportunity in this event to defend his title.
He did, and you know, they started off, he and his brother Corey, both of them right where you thought they would be. Chris Johnston currently in 5th place. Made a little sacrifice, I think, today, and brother Corey was leading to start day 1, and he gave him some areas that they had been sharing. He said, I'm gonna make a long run, try to catch a really big bag, and boy, it looked like he might do it when he got out there this morning. You see him catching these fish, but the wind was a little too strong out there around those islands. He said the best area for big fish where he caught this one. Once that wind picked up, he just could not stay on it. This is a great start, and I mean, it would have been incredible for him to just go fishing a place that he hasn't even been to in a year or 2 and win this event, and it very well could have happened had the wind not been quite as strong as it was from the northeast.
Speaking of winning this event, a guy who came into this event with 1 goal, and that is win. A win in this event, and you qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. And our 2020 Angler of the Year, Clark Wendlandt, came in here with that exact goal.
Well, when Clark sets his mind and gets really focused on one event, he's tough to handle. You can see last year from him being Angler of the Year, and he loves to fish here so much. He spent so many days of his life out here on Lake Ontario, on the St. Lawrence River. Started his Bassmaster Tournament career in 1992 here on the St. Lawrence River, and has been fishing it many, many times since then. Last year, the thing that just tells you that last year, after the season, the entire season was over, he lives in Texas. He and his wife, Patty, stayed here for like an extra 10 days to just go fishing on Lake Ontario. That's how much Clark Wendlandt truly enjoys just being here. And you can look at his weights through the year. He always seems to be in the top 10 or top 20, even on a bad event for him here on the St. Lawrence River. So much knowledge of Lake Ontario. Had a fish jump off, I think it was yesterday, maybe day 2. His weight was only like 21 pounds and had a 5-pounder jump off right beside the boat late in the day and weighed in a 3-pounder. That could, unfortunately, be the one fish that cost Clark Wendlandt this event.
Well, the guy who came into this event the final day with the weight of a nation on his shoulders and the pressure of 2 pretty incredible Canadian anglers, Jeff Gustafson and, of course, his brother, the first Canadian to win. He wants to shed that title of being our only Elite Series angler that's Canadian that hasn't won an Elite Series title.
Yeah, Dave, you've been talking about that this week, and I haven't been around Corey that much in the last few weeks, but boy, yesterday afternoon and then this morning, you could really see Corey Johnson wants this trophy. He wants a blue trophy, but he wants it right here on the St. Lawrence River, right here out of Waddington, New York, real close to his home. And he's won, maybe not as
quite as bad as Taku yesterday.
Yes.
Today I had about 18 pounds and weighed in 23. But let's not count Corey Johnson out. He's one that may have underestimated his weight, and he's only about a pound and a half back unofficially according to Bass Track. So don't give up on Corey Johnson. He still might have enough weight to win.
Well, everybody had their eyes on our tournament leader, Corey Johnson from Canada. It was Taku time today. What a show Takumi Ito put on. He says that he can talk to smallmouth. Smallmouth love him. I mean, he is a, quote, machine, and watching him compete today is truly everything the bass is. Big bass, big stage, big greens, and his infectious excitement makes me want to go fishing.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. It's a joy to watch Taku. And just think about it when you say big bass, big stage, big dreams. To move from Tokyo, Japan to the United States, didn't speak very much English at all. Just 3 years ago, to get in the Bassmaster Opens, very first year, qualifies for the elites, and he has been a joy to watch in the last 2 years. Taku Ito is going to be a great, he already is a great fisherman, but this just, I mean, he's never caught any smallmouth just a couple years ago. Imagine that. And to see him with 23 pounds yesterday, and today looks like he's got 23, maybe 24 pounds. Absolutely incredible. Only fishing. We talk about a Clark Wendlandt, a Bernie Schulz, the Johnson brothers. How many days, how many hours they have on this river and that lake, and Taku Ito may very well hold that trophy over his head this afternoon.
Takumi Ito is an amazing, amazing angler, but another amazing angler in our field. Justin Atkins, a former Forest Wood Cup champion and already one win in the Bassmaster Opens. And I think that look he makes right there, that's when he found this spot. I mean, because wow, what a week. He milked that spot right to today.
Yeah, you and I talked about this yesterday afternoon. Corey Johnson, when we were with them yesterday afternoon, talked about this is the one guy that they were most concerned about. I guess they were familiar with the area. Brandon Palaniuk talked about it, said he's in an area that he absolutely can win this event. And Justin Atkins thought that. He really thought that. It's been a lot slower day for him than he thought, although he's still right there. He could be the winner, but a slower day than he thought today. I don't know if I remember an angler after they weigh in and we do interviews with them that felt so confident, I'm not going to run out of fish. I got a 500-yard stretch that is loaded with the right size smallmouth. A lot of 4-pounders. I just need to catch one or two of those 4.5 to 5. And he's done that.
He has definitely done some damage this week. Everybody on the move, on their way back to Waddington, New York. A long run for some, a little shorter for some others. You get a shot at David Mullins right there. And the thing that makes this sport unique is all those weights you've seen all day long, they're unofficial. It doesn't matter what it says there. It's not official until they hit the stage. And you see how tight that leaderboard is right there. Justin Atkins got a 3-ounce lead at this point. Just a little bit of fishing time left, but a lot on the line here at the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
The final few minutes of the 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series season tick away here in beautiful Waddington, New York, where we've come to finish off this beautiful season with an incredible tournament. Look how tight that leaderboard is. Justin Atkins with a Bassmaster Classic berth on the line has a 3-ounce lead over Takumi Ito. A guy has proved to be able to talk to smallmouth, but they won't tell him how much they weigh because his weight's been off. So we will find out what that official weight is when he comes in. But our tournament leader, Justin Atkins, an incredibly driven and accomplished young angler, came in here with one goal, and that goal is to seal the deal and erase all the wrong from earlier this season with a win here and a guaranteed berth to the Classic.
That was special.
Ready to move to the river, but it looks like It may have paid off.
It's on its way back, obviously. We talked about this. Not going to help him.
We're going to play him like he is.
And he's not far, I don't think. I mean,
no,
I think I saw the dam right behind him.
Oh, yeah. Look here, come here.
Certainly.
I know good well it's not, but we caught him. Let's just wait. Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It's got a solid 5-fish limit. That was no help.
Chain rats want to see their guy, and so do I. I mean, this guy has shown chain rats might be a little creature, but they have very, very big hearts. And the entire Elite Series, I mean, it's not often you hear everybody erupt with excitement for one angler, and man, with good reason for Chris Grow. Getting inside the top 10 in his final Elite Series event of his career.
Coming right here. Saw Chris catch that good one this morning. Real early on, fishing shallow, but this is the way he's caught most of the fish he's weighed in, fishing deeper out on that river channel ledge. Out 30 feet, 35.
Little baby.
Chris Grow, just happy to be out there on Championship Sunday for the first time in his career. Davey Hyde, I think that's it for me and you. The D team is done for the season.
For the season.
It's been a lot of fun working with you this year, Davey Hyde. I want to thank you for everything we've done here on Live. We're going to hand the honors off for the last few moments to, of course, TZ Such and my buddy Ronaldo.
The Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Look at our TH Marine Weather Watch as we get into the final hour of action here on our Bassmaster Live last broadcast of the year. Oh my goodness, 78 degrees cloudy. Not as cloudy as it started out this time around. Wind east-northeast at 9 miles an hour. We can feel that. We could feel that watching all morning long. Chris Grow out here. These guys never quit. Tough season, but makes it into the top 10 and elated about it.
23-14 to sneak in the top 10. 24 pounds, 2 ounces, 24-2, and Chris Grow is in 10th place currently. 24 pounds, 2 ounces, giving him 60 pounds, 14 ounces. Boom, shakalaka, giant bass. Chris, how good does that feel?
Unreal, man. Unreal. I love you. You guys rock. I love New York. There he is. You have no clue, Pedro. That rock is sitting in the bottom of the live well, man. I don't know if one of them ate it or not, but dude, it's still in there. It's still in there. No, Pedro's the man. I mean, he gives us lucky rocks. He gives us magical things. He burns things at home for Seth, and it worked for my roommate. And my roommate's amazing. He's taught me so much on how to do this. And I know it sucks it's ending, but it ain't ending now. I'm going out there tomorrow and I'm catching 25. I love you guys. Congrats!
Let's hear it for Chris Grohl, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible performance with his back against the wall.
Bumpy few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Tommy, I've talked about it. I absolutely believe in the fish gods. And somewhere this tournament shining on Chris Grohl. Pretty cool ending.
These guys are, God bless all of them. Man, oh man, they never quit.
Whoa,
they may be down, but they're
quitting.
not out.
Justin Atkins hooked up live.
I don't think he's big enough either, but I'd sure like to weigh him.
We have his smallest fish right at 3.4, and I'm going to kind of argue with that. I'm like Davey Height. I looked at when they did that highlight package. I think Justin Atkins has a very, very solid 5-bass stringer today.
Oh my gosh.
And that's the hardest thing to interpret, Z, is because Atkins is the only one of our 5 weighing them each time, and it's how close is his scales, you know, accurate-wise.
And that fish right there is no slouch.
That's a good one. If it doesn't help, it done. Whew.
I think it helps.
Let's bang him real quick.
Fish might help.
Might get an ounce or 2 out of that for Justin Atkins. So close. Everything's so tight. I tell you what, we're just saying,
he's going to
thank goodness for all of our anglers here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Great day to celebrate them all. Let's celebrate a man who has been with the Elite Series since the beginning. Bill Lowen, thanks for making a few minutes for us here today. Great season for you, and one prominent highlight that everyone has been praying for all these years. Talk about that for us a little bit.
You know, it's been a long time coming for that win, and it was truly, I'm just truly blessed to have that opportunity. You know, every year that we fish, our goal is to make that classic, and unfortunately this year I'm going to miss that by a little bit, but I got that blue trophy, so that's kind of the icing on the cake. And, you know, I always say everything happens for a reason, and there's a reason I didn't make the classic this year, and we'll see what that reason is going to be.
Bill, you've done this for a long time. Obviously a big victory down at Pickwick in a tournament that we would predict you to do well. We were in a flooded situation. But for as long as you've done this, what is out there where you're like, man, I want to accomplish this? What would that be?
You know, I think I've already accomplished that, Z. I think that, you know, you've always heard me say that all I wanted to do when I started this was be the best ambassador for the sport that I can be. And I think that I've accomplished that. You know, the trophies and all that are just a plus to that. To me, it's all about passing this sport on and to that next generation. And I feel like I've done that 110%. So to say, you know, what is there for me to accomplish? Some more blue trophies would be great, a classic win, an AOY, all that would be great. But at this point in my career, I feel like it's going pretty well.
Bill, early in your career, one of your mentors, you talk about passing on to the generations, was the great Denny Brower, and now it's your turn to pass the knowledge on, as you say right there. As you look at the crop of best rookies we've had over the last 3 years, what are some of the names that stand out to you? Who are the ones that inspire you that the future is going to be great for the Bassmaster Elite Series?
You know, I think the guys that are jumping out to me are, you know, the obvious choices. You know, the Patrick Walters and, you know, like Justin Atkins and Justin Hamner and those guys that that are the future of the sport. And every single one of them, every single year that I've been here that come up through the ranks are absolute hammers. You know, the sport, is, as far as I'm concerned, is looking very bright for the future with the class of anglers that we have coming up. And they're just very well-rounded anglers. Not only are they good fishermen, they're good people. And to me, that's what it's all about.
Bill, this whole season, it was a schedule of shallow water. And if you really look at, we got to talk about it really all week long while you were out on the water. If you look at your Angler of the Year champion, Seth Feider, about 99% of what he put on the scales, 5 foot of water and less, proving you really don't need $20,000 worth of electronics, and being incredibly versatile kind of says something for the future of bass fishing, to where you don't have to live offshore playing Star Wars.
You know, I think you're absolutely right about that. You know, there's no way, honestly, that you could go out there without the electronics we have now, because there's going to be situations where you absolutely need them. But, you know, I always tell a lot of the guys, especially a lot of the rookies, you know, and I'll just use Quentin Capo, for example. You know, he was struggling and having a hard time at it, and I said, look, man, just go do you. I said, that's what I've done my whole career. I've made my career fishing shallow. And I've always said, when you're fishing in your comfort zone, you fish to the best of your abilities. And if that's being shallow or deep, whatever that may be, if you fish your comfort zone, you're always going to do the best that you can do. And, you know, I think we've seen that this year without a doubt. We've seen guys that have totally dominated offshore with electronics, and we've also seen guys that have totally dominated up shallow. So it's awesome to see that wide spectrum of ways to catch fish still to this day.
Talking about advice, your daughter Nevaeh has out-hunted you for basically the last 8 years. Has she passed on any advice for this fall, Bill Lowen?
You know, she's kind of given up on that whole deer hunting thing. She's more of a duck hunter now. She said she's not going to start deer hunting until someone shoots a bigger deer than hers.
Which may never happen.
The best thing about that whole deer that she did was it may never, ever happen, you know. And somebody from Bass called her to do an interview about that deer, right? And when she hung up the phone, she said, hey, Dad, has Bass ever called you to do an interview about any of your deer? And I said, nope, they haven't.
Bill, we talk about you being an old hand because you've been here for all 16 years of the Bassmaster Elite Series, but a lot of guys have been around a lot longer than you have. Bernie Schulz out here doing great this year. Rick Clunn. And it's not as if you can fish that long. These guys never quit learning, and I'm sure that's the same with you. What really invokes your curiosity? What do you want to learn more about and get better at?
You know, I think for me, my biggest weakness is definitely that offshore deal. You know, and that's what I'm going to try to focus on here on this big off season that we have. You know, since we got a lot of fishing season left and a lot of that offshore time's coming up, I'm going to try to spend a lot more time out there fishing offshore, electronic-wise, because I feel like that's really where I'm at my weakest point. You know, like I said, I feel like I can go out there and catch them, but it's definitely not my comfort zone. So I think you're going to see me work on that a lot and maybe see a little bit of different things out of me come next year.
Bill, man, we appreciate it so much. Congratulations, a big win at Pickwick that made everybody in the bass fishing world happy this season, and it was tremendous fun to watch. Great to work with you all these years. Bill Lowen out there, the great angler.
Best ones to cover, man.
Oh, yeah.
Great on the water and off.
Chris Groh, we saw a little bit of him on stage here after just qualifying for this final day, the top 10 on this day, and giving a lot of props to his man right there, Seth Feider. And Seth Feider has just put down one of the landmark performances in the history of the Elite Series.
Absolutely has done that. Tommy Sanders. Sounds like it truly was a banger last night. Listen to Dave Mercer.
Well, I guess
all weekend, Dave Mercer was fixated on Seth Feider not qualifying for whatever next round was coming next.
Yeah.
And he just kept doing it.
Angler of the Year right there.
Likes to party.
Yeah.
Man, jackhammer.
Big time deal for the Minnesota angler. maybe hide nail that really kind of put this away at the beginning of the year. And Seth Feider, a couple years ago, Tommy Sanders on the Mississippi River. Seth Feider, don't want to say he was down to his last nickel, but he might have been down to his last dime, turning things around really the last half a decade to being one of the most versatile, well-rounded largemouth and smallmouth anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Your 2021. Yep, you said it, Dave Mercer. Seth Feider. Wonder where he's slinking at right now.
Well, I don't know.
He's creeping around at.
He deserves it.
I'll find him
to
in
be
the next
wherever
24 hours.
I bet you will.
Trust me on that.
He should be wherever he wants to be on this special day, this special week. There's your final list of Angler of the Year.
He wants to be.
Skeeter Angler of the Year watch with Seth Feider on top. Chris Johnston, still out there working. One of the few left. They're on the last day of the season. Brandon Palaniuk, ditto for him.
You think Chris
Walters.
Johnston is still down by Cape Vincent trying to catch one more?
Bill Lowen mentioned Patrick Walters. Certainly, man, just an amazing guy. In contention, way more than he's not in contention.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
We're getting down that clock. Ticking that clock is getting really, really loud right now as we get into the final, really 30 minutes of fishing here at the Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. It is the last day of fishing for the Bassmaster Elite Series anglers. 10 of them left. Out there today, we got a very crowded leaderboard, especially at the top. One reason is the performance that Taku Ito put on for us this morning. Down on Lake Ontario, we should have seen it coming. He did a lot of the same kind of work last year on the final day.
Wow, it's giant. Yeah.
But this is just, this is across from,
this is from across from our takeoff.
This is
I
real.
don't know. No. I don't know. Not giant. Wow. But skinny one.
Looks like a heavy 3 right at 4 pounds, and I do not think that will
Good
help
fish,
him.
but
He's going to check it out, though.
Taku have many big fish.
While he sorts that out, let's pick up some more bonus coverage for you here. B&W Trailer Hitch is live on the line with Daryl Gleason. Daryl, wrapping up your season here. I'm sure everyone looks forward to a trip up to New York. Tell us how you enjoyed New York your first time around with the Bassmaster Elite Series and how you enjoyed your first season.
Like I got to say on stage yesterday, like I had a blast this week, but the whole year was just just amazing. Obviously I didn't have the greatest results at all the events that I wanted, but that's just part of the learning curve. But coming up here to New York, man, I've always had my finger in the fishing game, and I've heard how great these fans are up here and how they show out for us. And being on that stage yesterday and seeing those many people here to support us and going crazy, man, they love it up here. And they need to know how much us anglers love it. The fishing up here is amazing. It is very special. I told a buddy, all of us Southern anglers that stay down there after June, we're all crazy. We need to be up here fishing with these guys.
Daryl, a powerhouse on lakes like Toledo Bend, Sam Rayburn, but you become kind of a northern hand here in the last couple weeks, fair to say. Great ending to your season.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I think sometimes you push things too hard. You want things so bad. We have a lot of people counting on us, fans, sponsors, family, and we put these high expectations on ourselves that, especially to make it to this level, you can't give an inch to these guys. And so I think some of that stuff this year, that was one of the things I learned, was just do what I did these last 2 events. Had nothing to fish for than just have a good time and my self-pride and want to compete hard and keep learning every day, and that's what you're doing up here at these lakes like this. They are very intimidating fisheries when you've never been to them before, and all you can do is keep that positive attitude, and that's what I tried to do the last 2 weeks. And it was great to have 2 pretty good finishes and get some momentum going toward next year. And I kind of want to petition the guys, and let's go ahead and get started right now. Let's just pick up and get going.
You just mentioned the learning curve a minute ago, Daryl. Let's talk about the learning curve and what you've picked up this season that is going to help you next year, and what perhaps was the biggest surprise to you about life out here and making it work week in and week out.
Man, I wouldn't even call it a surprise. It's just that the guys catch them every day. It doesn't matter the conditions. You know, you hear all the doc talk in practice, and at every event, it was like there's no bass in any fishery we went to this year if you listen to the doc talk. So it wasn't a surprise how well they just caught them every day. But I think the biggest thing for me I learned is just to really, and it's something that as anglers we all know, you know, I use my gut instinct to get here. You know, the opens now are a true gauntlet, a test to get out here. And you just got to trust that gut every day. But I'd say the biggest learning curve for me was just the short amount of practice on these big, large, dynamic fisheries. And it's, you know, it's one of the things, you know, some of these guys have been out here for several years, and they have a little more experience than we do. So you got to overcome that and cover so much water in practice to make a plan to get yourself around the fish and the good opportunities that you're going to need in the tournament. So that's the biggest thing for me, is just how to break down these bodies of water efficiently in 3 days to formulate a plan that's going to get me around more fish so I have plenty of opportunities to do well.
Daryl Gleason, great to have you out here. Congratulations on the completion of your first season with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and thanks for visiting with us on the last day of school.
We were at commercial break sitting there trying to figure out if Justin Atkins has this thing locked up, and then you kind of see Taku Ito pull what he thought was his smallest one out. I have no idea.
They're just exactly.
Flip a coin right now.
Hey, I'll
Taku
also
with the I think he has the biggest stringer of the tournament.
both
and I
of
think
these guys also didn't. It wasn't nearly as bad on their run back. They all got back
Yes.
way plenty of time.
Yes.
Probably,
Yes.
maybe some of them probably wish they stayed a little longer.
Remember last week at Champlain, Brian Schmidt caught the winning fish on his way in.
I don't know.
All the fans starting to filter in anticipation of the weigh-in, which starts at 3:15 p.m. You see coverage of it, full coverage on Bassmaster.com. Going to be a nail biter. We can guarantee that for you because of what we know right now. Unless somebody blows it wide open, and who knows what can happen.
Really interesting how this tournament did transpire every time we come here. Talked about it at the top of our broadcast. When that Lake Ontario is at play, it is at play. And really looking at last year, if you have nothing to lose, like a Justin Atkins, like a Clark Wendlandt, Clark's can go there anyway just because that's where he vacations at. Really, he vacations out on the lake. He does not fish in the river. But when that lake is at play, if you have nothing to lose, you go there.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is, man.
Seth Feider had no reason to go there.
Seth Feider had something. Seth Feider did not have a tournament to win.
Right.
He had a trophy to win.
Yeah.
Or not to lose.
Everyone else.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the important factor as well is that Taku Ito started the day in 6th and was 3 pounds 14 ounces behind Justin Atkins. He had more ground to make up to get to Corey Johnston, but 3:14 behind Atkins. So if he has 25, Atkins needs 21 1/4 just to do that. If he's got more than 25, so that's.
I don't know. I don't know.
Fish right out here, but them guys were on the bank. Wasn't gonna come up there and crack.
Taku, you're live. They want to ask you how much weight do you think you have?
22. 22. I have 22. What do you think? 23? 21? I think 22. Really? 26? No. Maybe no. Maybe no.
He threw a maybe in there.
26?
Okay, if you have 26, then I win your boat.
Okay, yeah, okay, I got it. If no 26, I want your video. I want your video camera.
So it's not 26. Taku gets Jake Latenders' camera.
But if it is 26, Jake gets
gets
Taku's boat.
That's a heck
That's a
of
big bet.
a bet right there.
Yeah. Hey, it's the last event, though. Taku doesn't need his boat after this. Man, we're going to have two guys probably.
High 20s. You know, I don't know. That one was a little bigger than I thought. My scales say I got like 20 and a half. They're normally a little bit light. I don't know. My buddy Kyle Dorsett told me last night if I'd catch 21 today, I was going to win. I told him there was no chance that 21 would do it, but now I'm really hoping he was right.
Huh.
I got one more current break I caught a couple nice ones out of in practice. We're going to go fish it here in a minute, and then it just is what it is. I mean, I've had a blessed week. I've had an awesome day today. We got out there and got back. I was really concerned about, you know, being able to do that. We had a lot of fishing time. I mean, I got to fish for like 3.5 hours today. So it just kind of is what it is, you know. Like I said, I lost a couple the first day when I only had 21, and I lost that one big one today, but everybody out here has lost one. You know, if you could weigh them when they jumped and come off, the weights would be a lot higher in every tournament. So I'm pleased with it. You know, I've done all I could. I run a long ways and didn't have any trouble. Made it out there and back every day. I mean, hoping that we get back this last 4 miles, but should be good. But
I don't feel any smarter just yet.
I don't think he has 20 and a half, and I don't think Taku has 22. That's all. That's what That's what I'm positive of.
All right. We know it's close. Striker Daily Trivia, probably the last one of the season, I reckon. Which rookie has his middle name on his tournament jersey? His middle name on his tournament jersey. Is it Justin Hamner, Matt Robertson, KJ Queen, or Brian New? His middle name.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one.
All right, think about that. That is a tough one. Be right back.
Live coverage of the Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Get it on your mind. Don't forget about it. The weigh-in right there from Waddington, New York. Our fantastic host city coming up at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
Tommy, is this the last Striker Daily Trivia of the 2021 season?
Regrettably, that is true, and it's a tough one. As we mentioned, which rookie has his middle name on his tournament jersey? KJ Queen, Matt Robertson, Justin Hamner, or Brian New? Which would they just switched up?
I was gonna go with Kyle Jesse Quine, but I'm gonna
not
go.
right, no.
I'm gonna go with Justin Mordecai Hamner. Go on now.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna go with Justin Hoyt Hamner.
I'm gonna go with Justin Mordecai Hamner. Let's see what we can do.
I'm gonna go with Brian Brand New.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Striker Daily Trivia. There we go
Justin
now.
Hoyt Hamner.
Wait a minute.
There we go
I'm
now.
telling you, I know it because it's a bow.
Okay.
He likes hunting. I don't know.
All right, now.
Hoyt.
Striker Daily Trivia.
That still doesn't add up, right?
Prospector.
I think you went prospecting to find that answer.
I got Bass Fantasy up on my computer. That's it. Tommy?
Yeah. Okay. Now.
I didn't watch him.
One and two, according to our unofficial, we stress unofficial weights?
I thought it was easier to call at Champlain than it is right now here.
And that was not easy by any stretch of the imagination. How does a guy get on to smallmouth fishing as fast as Ito? How do you fix up a learning curve like that?
Good with a spinning rod. Really?
That helps.
And the person that he stays with in the United States, he doesn't have a residency and address necessarily here. The person he stays with lives right near Lake St. Clair. And so if he is home away from events off season, that's his closest fishery. Learns a lot about smallmouth there.
Lake St. Clair?
Yeah.
Who's he stay with?
I believe John Jazerski and the Michigan gang.
Well, that'd be an interesting team, right?
Exactly.
There. That's what I've known John for a time.
Yes.
That's an interesting combo. Taku Ito and John. Okay. Yeah.
But that is where, yes, that's where he stays when he's not on the road.
Kind of a fitting end to the season. Z, what's your number one biggest exciting happening of this year, 2021?
I think Seth's the obvious, just because it was the guy never slipped.
That's the whole year.
Yeah.
I'm talking one moment. Yeah.
Moment of the year.
I got one in mind. I mean, you had such great Bill Lowen catching the 8.5. You know, Brian New coming on the St. John's and coming on the scene and winning the first event.
Oh. I think it was cool to see Christie come back to the Elite Series and win. I thought that was awesome.
Lee Livesey's day.
Exactly what I was thinking. That whole deal, yeah. To
Yeah.
see someone catch 31 on the final day and not win,
right?
You get blown out. That's
32-3, third biggest ever in B.A.S.S. 112 pounds.
Yeah, the day that Lee Livesey had and how he did it is so improbable. You know, and you hear anglers, and here's one thing that we've learned about Lee Livesey is you hear anglers that say, man, I'm going to go for it on the last day. Here's what we learned about him. Not just in that tournament. That dude goes for it.
Did it last week?
Really, when he says, I'm going to swing for the fence, he is not scared to completely strike out. He did it at Sabine. He did it last week in that turn. And he made a comment going into that final day where he had that wicked stringer. He's like, man, I'm absolutely going for a 40-pound stringer. And listen, a lot of times you kind of do an eye roll. Yeah, I know you are.
Right, yeah.
Did it. So, yeah, I agree with that.
I took the first 18 minutes of Bassmaster Live on the final day at Lake Fork and cut it out and put it on social, deemed it the best 18 minutes ever because you had 6 different guys on live catch a giant in the first couple casts of that final day at Fork. We touched on it a little bit and talked around the topic, but looking at our top 10, this is the who's who of smallmouth fishing a short list, top 5 anglers all time of smallmouth. Corey and Chris Johnston, Clark Winlet. You've got Bernie Schulz up here for sure in his record. Brandon Palaniuk, Taku. David Mullins has made top 10s the last 2 years exclusively on smallmouth, and then Austin Felix, back-to-back top 10s with nothing but smallmouth.
I don't know if Taku's going to win here, but he has a pretty awesome future with a spinning rod in his hand. I think it was neat to watch him on Lake Fork doing stuff that you don't see other people do on Lake Fork.
It's always neat. I'd never experienced a Century Club at Bassmaster since I started working here. You know, the last one was 2013, and then we hadn't had one until the last few years. And to have a couple people break it, at Fork this year was cool.
Want to talk about the club?
Well, the club, we're wrapping up all the business on this day and this week here. Let's talk about Century Clubs. Of course. Elite Livesey. Third best day in Classic history's final day.
How about that?
Never forget that performance.
Both from Lake Fork. Let's hear
Wow.
for Patrick Walters.
Yeah, he didn't, because it was so late in the year last year when Patrick knocked
Didn't
out
get
one of
one.
them. He
Yeah,
didn't
wasn't
get it. He
there.
didn't get it at the
Right.
start. So he got both of them at the last
And
event.
hats off to that guy. I mean, it was obvious this last time around at Fork, he wasn't going to win it. He could have quit. He could have shut down. Hey, I've already done this. But he pushed on hard.
He did indeed. And Tommy, I wanted to bring it in the last couple minutes of the season and give kudos to those winners, not only for the Elite Series, we've talked about those, but for fantasy fishing. And we look at it in the final event. There's a lot of numbers on here, but the thing that is incredible is how good the top performers for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing were all year. And I wanted to give love to I've witnessed a howler. That guy has beat out over 40,000 people in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy
in
Fishing.
name alone.
Yeah, exactly. And this week alone came up with clutch performances, having 3 in the top 10, 5th, 6th, and 7th coming into the final day. And the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, maybe the whole top 10 stumbled this week, but Howler took it and is going to win the overall prize. And then we go to Mercury Drain the Lake, and we look at that. It was obviously popped up in the middle of the season. Did you see that, Z? I'm going to go back. Did you see? Look out. That's such a good number. Okay, go. I'm going back now. The overall winner, KCK 05. It's going to be tight, and it depends on if Taku Ito wins today. Luckily, KCK has him on their team, but a lot of big-time performers this season. Kudos to all the people who have done well. Howler, KCK. Overall winners to beat 40,000 and 20,000 players, respectively, is big time.
My team is next up to the stage, Taku time, and we are down the bottom 20% title for the season.
I've witnessed a howler. Love it.
Oh, boy.
Crowd starting to build there in Waddington, New York. Justin Atkins, we have unofficially as a lead, maybe, we think. Taku Ito, great day today. Corey Johnston might have needed one more keeper. Boy, he gave it everything he had, though. To all these top 10, man, we give you our salute. Getting through the season, coming out here, and where everybody catches them and somehow making it into, just separating yourself from the crowd. Good stuff.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, next up to the stage, Taku time. It's fun.
Yeah.
The Farmers Insurance Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Oh, everyone can smell the barn from
Yes,
here, as they say in the
can.
horse business. Just about to wrap up the season. Farmers Insurance Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River.
JM vessel to dispatch.
Yeah.
Permission to port. Where we're at right now, Bassmaster Live.
Salute to our tournament crew, 9 events.
Absolutely.
Handled great. Not easy this year.
No,
Tough
tournament
year.
crew, all the cameramen, women, everybody involved. Putting the Bassmaster Elite Series together. Everybody in this room. See
right.
everybody
Sure,
again.
yeah.
Fantastic.
Great having you here with
all the
us.
viewers here on
Special.
Bassmaster Live.
Special treat. Justin Atkins, Taku Ito. You see how close it is right now, and the estimated weights.
I want to tell you one thing that you nailed, Ron. A lot of our anglers got back with about 20 to 30 minutes to spare. See if we can't get back out in the water right now. One last call for it, friends. Bassmaster Live. See if we can't get out with Bernie Schulz. An incredible career on the Bassmasters. Spanning back all the way, I did the math today, since I was 9 years old. Bernie has been fishing.
82, I think.
Yes.
1982.
Back in the 80s. 3 years before the vaunted 85 Bears. Bernie Schulz live.
Got dirty. Too many boats.
This kind of goes to show you how important it is to maybe, even if you put all your chips in the lake basket, to have a spot or two with confidence close.
That sounds like live music.
For if you can't get there, you're not stuck with nothing. Or if you need to get back and you have too much time, that you have a place that you can efficiently go and have a shot to upgrade in the last hour of the day.
There's your guys with fish. Anybody going in 10 minutes early has got them. That man's got them. Whoever it is.
Again, 3:15 the time. Oh, yeah. Bassmaster.com is the place. Dave Mercer, the host, and take care of the last official business for 2021. And
big hats off to Barb Elliott, helping a lot of our anglers over the years, taking care of their fish, teaching them how to fizz them.
She has created hundreds of, maybe even thousands of fizz kits that people have purchased across the nation, so that even if you're not in New York, if you need to do it in Minnesota, in Michigan, you can take care of those resources as well.
Every time we've been up there, Tommy, you know I always go get myself a little knapsack of tools from Barb.
You make the rounds.
And I will say, if you do not know how to fizz fish,
Barb
Elliott has a great video that we shot with her on Bassmaster.com. You can search how to fizz a smallmouth Bassmaster, and it'll pop up, and she walks it step by step, so you can do that from afar. You don't have to just drive to Waddington, which we recommend you doing at some point in your life, but.
Such, how do we stack up vis-a-vis last year here at St. Lawrence on catches, weights, etc.?
Well, I was a little bit above, yeah. I was a tiny bit above. Steve Wright did the analysis of position by position, and we were, on top. We weren't there with the 27-1 of Mueller and Chris Johnson on day one. But other than that, when you went down to the cuts, we were a little bit above.
That's pretty solid for a true 95 percentile post-spawn event. I mean, I would say there was probably 5 to 10% fish that came off of beds, and that would have been on day one. Talked to a lot of anglers, guys like Corey Johnson, but he wasn't the only one that utilized what was left of fish spawning. Justin Atkins making his way in.
And we didn't see the top end weights like Such was saying, but we also saw maybe quite a few more than normal 12 to 14 pound bags. Normally it's like, normally it's, I ran out of gas and didn't fish half the day. I got 14 pounds, but because it was so postponed for most of the places.
We had 89 limits the first 2 days, 43 out of 45 yesterday. Big fish, Patrick Walters, Phoenix Boats, Big Bass, 6.5.
Yeah, 6
Nowhere
every
near
day.
the 7.13 of Paul Mueller last year. Bernie Schulz had a 6.2 on day one. Taku, 6.0 yesterday. See what it's going to be today.
We have a 25.5. We had 2 in the 24s, probably 4 in the 23s
at least,
over the week.
Yeah.
And it's the second most 20-pound bags we've had this season, only to Lake Fork.
Wow. Okay.
I think it was 42. We had 11 of the 45 yesterday caught 20 pounds.
First week in August, 14 days from now. These fish are way heavier, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
14 days from now, you can put a quarter-pound minimum on a lot of the fish that you saw, especially the fish on the lake. Those fish on the lake will put weight on very, very quickly. Like, here's what's interesting, a 22-pound bag, which was a darn good bag out on that lake this week. That is not, you know, that's shooting 20 to 22 pounds in 2 weeks is shooting par out there.
Black one. He won't help. No.
Boy, what could have been if he would have been able to fish that first spot out at Galoo Island.
Same with Felix. It looks like it's been hard on Felix as well getting out there.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Let's bring it on in, Tom.
Okay. Hey, starts with a weigh-in. Actually, we got a new start time, 3:20 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
Eastern time, right here. Bassmaster.com. Don't let it off your mind because it's going to be pretty darn interesting. And the last shot of the year, it's some glory. One of those blue trophies. Someone will hold it at the end of the day. Dave Mercer will be presiding as per usual.
Weigh-in, 3:20 Eastern.
Hey, there's
Bassmaster.com.
good possibility. Two dudes standing beside each other. One's going to win it, and one's going to be heartbroken because they missed their winning in shot for the Classic, or the other one will not double qualify for the Classic and help someone who's watching online. So there's going to be some high stakes, not only just to win this event.
Yep.
Any word if Corey's still at the mouth of the river down there?
Could be.
He made a run out to Galoo.
All right.
Maybe Galoo.
Palaniuk was the last to leave down there.
Boy, you can see, I think cameraman Jake Latendrous, I think he believes Taku Ito has it right there.
Yeah, he was talking like...
Got a couple texts from Jake throughout the day today. Great job by him all season long.
He kept saying 26 pounds. Jake did. Is he big-eyeing him?
No, here shortly.
Find out. We don't have to call that.
Bassmaster.com.
We don't have to. And he'll be one of the. You want to tune in as soon as you can because he's coming from 7th place. He'll be one of the. One of the first ones. Yeah, one of the first couple to weigh in.
Have to go get the popcorn ready.
There he is.
Today was a rough one for me. We got one real good one, but you know, it was a struggle. We're weighing 4 3.5-pounders in. One's 3 even, the other ones are 3 and change, and one 5 1/4. So, you know, they were there. They wouldn't bite for me today. They were being ignorant, but we're probably gonna come up a little short today, but that's fishing. We did all we could, and you know, it is what it is. I'm sure we'll be back here again one day and hopefully get some redemption.
I think it's coming for Corey in this place.
Whether it's Chris or Corey, just have one of those weird vibes that one of those two is going to hold an Angler of the Year trophy here in the next couple of years, as consistent as they are across the country. But again, if you're Justin Atkins or Taku Ito, Clark Wendlandt, if you took down the Johnston brothers on this body of water out near that lake, you've done something.
Last of our boats checking in here.
Either way, it'll be a first-time Elite Series winner. First time for Atkins.
Wow, yeah.
He won an Open, but not an Elite. Taku. Even if Corey won, Clark Wendlandt as well. Bass, he's never won an Elite Series event.
Think about that guy right there. 24th start
Good tournament.
with the Bassmasters, 9 top 10s.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Yeah, good day, good day. I think maybe Taku best. Taku best. Today is a Taku best.
Well, that's also kind of scary right there.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mixes things up a little bit.
That's how you start.
Big thanks to everybody that has tuned in all week long, all season long.
All season
Guys, I mean this sincerely. Absolutely incredible year. Love all of you guys here. Everybody at the venue. Awesome. Awesome.
Same to all from me. Thank you for joining us here in the studio, Z. That's a treat. That's a special treat.
Love you, Tom, but I'm headed up to Searcy, Arkansas.
I hear you. it's a mighty powerful attraction. Thank you all. We will see you at the weigh-in, 3:20 Eastern Time.
Yeah. Bassmaster.
Great. Live.
Nailed it!
Ooh.
Okay. I got it. Okay. Yes.